Okay. All right. We have 170 people, a little bit more. Good morning. Thanks, Ryan. Again. The scoreboard is red. The Bulls are in complete control of the morning. Yesterday, we had the opposite. The scoreboard was green. The Bears were in complete control after the initial rush in the morning. The habit is to be bullish in the morning and then fight over the day and then have some reddish arrows either last minute during the day or overnight sessions. The overnight sessions are easily read. They drop not very much, but definitely easier read than during the day. During the day, retail sector, I'm not tuned into actual mix of traders, like who's driving the prices, but that's the only logical explanation that the whole retail sector is trading like one gigantic hedge funds led by the hedge funds because they tell us what to think and when to think it and when to buy and when to sell, making their job a lot easier to make money off of us. And we're just driving this market until something breaks. The mega caps, or at least today we have strength in spotty areas. Anything that has to do with chips this week, super strong thanks to the rehashed headline of AMD. I say it's rehashed because we celebrated it when Trump announced it on May 13th. $600 billion investment from Saudi Arabia. Well, that's 10 billion of it. That's the headline. So we celebrated it on May 13th, I think 13th. And then we're celebrating it specifically for the AMD and its environment yesterday. So it's not incremental 10 billion. Nevertheless, it does cause green ticks, and you have to manage those. From an investment perspective, I don't think it makes AMD any better or worse. That's what I expect of AMD, to do deals like that and be excellent. In fact, if you consider what NVIDIA has done, AMD has a lot of catch up. Trade ideas. I still am looking for that green squiggle. But to put at 601, it's not the one I would buy now. I mean, 600, because we are at 601 and change. So if I were to trade one, either hold your calls to see if they can get to 602, but I expect the squiggle lower if we don't spike. So the VIX tells me it wants to collapse. So there's the possibility of a huge spike. If you have calls that are winning and you left the runner, leave it. Proper price action, we should consolidate around 600.6 one more time. But every time we get a red tick, some ticker or corner of the S&P gets a bid. Trade ideas. The easiest ones this week have been to sell options as opposed to buy. Definitely holding overnight is not easy. Not even for the calls. So now 600.8, 0.9, 600.6 are the pivotal point. So anything around that, 600.8, give or take 20 cents, is what the bulls want to come down to, bounce off of, and then take out the top of the yellow box. Then, because we are red, they're going to buy the dip, non-dip, and build on it. Try to. Let me see on the credit call spread. So the puts are not gaining any steam, right? And the credit call spread is not gaining any steam either, the original one. Somebody asked me after the fact to take a credit call spread. I said, you're going to have to step down to 60-45. Well, that credit call spread pays $55. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Expiration today, SPX. 60-50 may even pay you. 60-55 does not. That was the original one. You can also do a credit put spread since they're buying every dip. For that, you have to step up again because we've done two and they're both green. 59.65, not available. 59.70, definitely not available. I'm going to guess it's going to be 59.85 on the SPX. In case you were here yesterday and that happens to you, I solved the mystery missing buttons in Excel. For some reason, there was a setting that says hide elements on the spreadsheet. It turned itself on. AI couldn't figure it out. Human intelligence figured it out. I asked 2 different AI engines. They all suggested the same thing. Oh, turn it off and on. Or to see if they can do this. I said, you're just guessing. So I went and I searched the old school way. Some dude somewhere said, oh, that happens often. Here's where you go to fix it. Can we sell a credit call spread aggressive? You can, but it's pretty early in the day. So you can. Let's look at the gamma. 6020 is the highest SPX gamma, which is where we are. It's not huge, but it's something. 601 SPY, and the weird one is the QQQ. Very small numbers, but they're either looking at 535 or 528. So neither should be easy. So no clues there. If I look at my own distribution of options trades today, we have a cluster of calls right above here and above, and the puts are scattered miles below. There's a high volume of puts transacting in the queues at the 520 level for today. The 3,300. It's probably somebody trying to limit their margin required to open whatever trade they have. So if you want to sell a credit call spread and collect $100, you have my permission. Let me see what we can do there. $60.35 will give you $110. $60.35. But so basically, you're buying 2.5 puts because your maximum loss is 390, 380, $400. So you're buying 2 puts. Something like that. Depends on which puts you buy. You can do that. Corey, are you in here? I sent you an email yesterday. Did you get it? Too risky. It's no more risky than buying 2 puts. Make it an iron condor. Collect 110 from the top and 50 from the bottom. So now you've reduced your maximum loss, although you can lose on both ends. You've collected $160. So you reduce the maximum loss to 340. But now you have a range. So that long wick lower, I see it on Thinkorswim as well. So it's not like it's a trading view thing. Mm-hmm. We get a couple of red ticks. They reverse it immediately. There we go. Too many soldiers. So this is where the VIX can stabilize into 19.3, 19.5, 19.25. That's the breakout from the overnight. So yesterday they fell, the VIX fell, and then it closed on the strong side with an ascending channel. Well, we gapped way above yesterday's high, way above it, and now we're falling into the top of yesterday's range on the VIX. So this is where the fight might get real. The question is will we go to 606 again, a pivot point from yesterday? Um, that's target one, not target one, that's decision one. Or will we take out 601.60 and go to 602.40 or 50? So they are trying to take out the yellow box, also significant from yesterday. And they're trying to get between the yellow box and the red line on top. These two boxes played a good role yesterday. That's why I extended them. They were resistance at first, didn't put up much of a fight, and then they were support, and they were lost overnight. Again, now we have the advantage of retail traders being on. And if the small caps are strong, that means it's a pretty broad base. It's not, I'm not saying it's focused in one stock or two. I'm saying there are too many single entities that are strong that can levitate the market or give it an opportunity to stabilize. I'm going to put myself on hold for about 2 or 3 minutes. I see we're still stalled. We do have a red tick. The markets are not green, but the strength is palpable, right? The propensity to rally is right there. Look at the indecision in this group of stocks. These are hundreds of tickers. Indecision right there. More, not so much. Back to indecision, back to indecision. So I think the answer to the day lies inside of these. These are single stock stories, like 7 of them, the mega caps. They told us where the opportunity lies and where the risk lies. The risk lies in this tick right there. 1 second flash, whether it means something or not. Of course, it means something. It's at least a line to watch. Sorry about the noise in the background, but today is exceptionally hot, and I needed to subsidize my AC to cool down the monitors. So if you're hearing a hum, that's from a little portable AC. I will turn it off a little bit. Use this dip to fix any trades that you have gone wrong. So, for example, if I bought a put and I got some money back, I can exit. I still think 600, 600.2.3 is doable. That green squiggly is still valid. The rising wedge that I took it for, that I drew it for, is still there. Now we're falling into the baseline of today. They showed a lot of gumption bouncing here. Let's see if they can do it. So there's a risk of drawing a head and shoulders here. Head and shoulders all by itself is not a reason to short. I'll explain that to you, gang, in a few days in LA. So if they bounce here, they risk doing that. That's not a reason to short. It's just a way for us to gauge what would happen if. What would happen if? So I would say it very simply. If we lose the red line at 600.3, we might come down to 599.5. I'm eyeballing it, but it's probably as accurate as it can get. Which would say nothing different than this green squiggly mark. Let's see if they can save the day and have a green candle out of nowhere. If you were watching the price action with me yesterday, towards the close, we had giant green ticks come out of nowhere to close perfectly the way they wanted it. So they have the ability to bring in these buyers out of nowhere. You got to respect that. Credit call spread. The one we just talked about. Credit call spread is down to $85. So if you collected 110, you just scalped $30. That's not a lot of money, but it's some money. If you did 10, that's $300 and counting. I'm not a bear. I'm just not a bull at this level. So that's the perception. So I'm trying to trade point A to point B. If I see a study that says up, I will tell you, but all the studies are rising wedges because we're in a constant state of rallying. So we're in a constant state of having a rally during the business hours. We're doing this all the time. You can't see it on YouTube, folks, but so when the market does this, all these studies say this, at least the first. So what you do is you buy a call on this so you can enjoy the call that way and that way. But from an investment perspective, I am not bullish from these levels. I think the downside opportunity is massive versus the upside opportunity is limited from these levels from an investment perspective. A lot of stocks are stretched to the max and priced for perfection. Here's the real test right here, right now. The first chance of having a lower low, like a small descending channel. Hi, Raul. So yesterday we opened up strong, really green day. We topped, we went sideways for a little bit, and then we started doing this channel here, this descending channel. So I wouldn't call it a channel yet. It's just they broke out from 600.8. They're coming down to that zone to establish it as footing. So as long as they're holding the red line, that footing has been established. Otherwise, you risk drawing a head and shoulders, which they just drew a right shoulder. So if they come down to 600.5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, nope, not yet. 600.6, so 600.5 would be a tiny lower low. Look at the green candle they flipped right here. The look, long wick green. They're defending it, no doubt about it. Raul, we did an iron condor. We just did a credit call spread by demand that's aggressive to replace buying a put because put premiums are not hot. Can you babysit it for the rest of the day, or you have meetings because you've had meetings last 7 days or so? Calls here. If you want calls, yes, I wouldn't buy calls personally, but calls, yes, from here to 601.40 tops. Think about it this way: all these guys and all these guys, they're 60% of the S&P. These two, they're doing all they can, tag teaming bulls, this and that, trying to get back to zero. It doesn't inspire buying calls, but that's the sentiment, bullish sentiment. They want to rally. We'll see if it plays out. You can buy calls, but you have to be aware that since 7:10, so the last 30 minutes, they're selling rallies. But now they're up against strong footing. So if you're on YouTube, you want to see that you don't see these marks. So they're selling rallies. Until they hit a floor. and use it as support. So then the next rally will drop to here and make progress and beat. We'll see if they can. Until then, you assume that they're selling rallies. So if you buy a call, you have to make that assumption because you're trading point A to point B. First Solar is dropping 20% for anybody that didn't notice. As far as investment is concerned, I say look out for bargains, right? So as it is, it's not a bad start to invest in First Solar. But this headline that it's falling on could, in fact, impact its income because it's about government subsidy going away. I don't honestly know what the impact of that is to First Solar sales. I have an instinct to say it's not a big deal or it's not as big a deal as it makes it sound because a lot of people lease it. Like I got my solar 8 years ago. I didn't buy it because it's obsolete by now, whatever equipment I have. I leased it. And so I did not benefit. It was not an incentive for me to do it or not do it. The company that installed it takes the credit, tax credit. They're destructive. How so? What do you have against solar? For me, it should be illegal. In fact, I think it's illegal in California not to have solar on new construction. I could literally be off the grid if I had thought about it in hindsight. If I'm doing my solar right now, again, from scratch, first of all, I would do it myself. Like I would hire somebody to do it for me. I will pick the equipment, I will install it. Now, give me an idea. Just give me an idea. I don't want to argue. I want to get educated. Oh, okay. All right. So this is the dip they're going to buy. So if you just bought calls, your targets are 601 and 601.20. If you just bought calls, 601 target 1, 601.20 target 2. I would exit by 601 and change. I don't think they can get 601.20. Well, ooh, famous last words. Whoa, challenge issued. Shots fired. The Bulls, last time I said that, the Bulls gave me two middle fingers. I actually have it a box. I think I deleted it today. It says two middle fingers. I did log it. There it is. Double fingers. You see it? I said words like that, and then they did these. Boop. As soon as I said these words, giant green ticks. I was like, this is the market giving Nick two fingers. Where was it? Was it here? That would be hilarious. Almost. Almost. Right there. Oops. That's the red box right there. It is exactly here in exactly the same spot. Redemption or redo. This shaded red box, I just brought it into view. That's the double finger right there. That's hilarious. So they got target one. Which target one? Target one of that green M on my screen. Target two is 601.20. Target three, folks, will get us back into the yellow box. In a bullish market, that should be easy enough to do. I think the ES wants to drop to 60.50, but I don't have an exact science to it. 60.50. the ES. So I would exit my calls. Honestly, I would. FSLR First Solar. It's down 20%. It was down a little bit more earlier today. And it's falling into a baseline that I thought would be a good entry point last time, and I missed it. So I may take a bite on First Solar. But you should do your homework to find out exactly if somebody has done homework as to like what's the worst case scenario if subsidies go away. You know, they may have said it in one of their conference calls on earnings. Google it, or large language model it, LLM it, is AI it. So now you see the head and shoulders that they drew. I mentioned it earlier. Can you see it? Okay, I'm hesitant to draw it because a lot of you here, you see head and shoulders, you buy a put. Incorrect. The head and shoulders actually says you have support. And in this market, you're going to bounce off support. However, if you don't bounce, that's your target. Okay, Maria, but that's not the whole story. You're assuming that it was fair valued. So 20%, I'm not saying that the drop is 20%. And I honestly don't know what it means. So you might want to educate yourself before you sell naked puts. So how about you start with a credit put spread if you want to sell a put naked, and then you can decide whether to let go of that protective leg the next day or next week or next month. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't even know where to guess. I don't know what restrictions on personal use are there. You mean regulations? Well, if you take yourself off the grid, you can do whatever you want. As long as you're tied to the grid, you're restricted because they don't want you feeding electricity back to the grid. So if electricity is down and somebody's working on the lines down the street, you're going to kill them because you're feeding electricity back into the grid. If you take yourself off the grid, you can build whatever you want. They will not arrest you. Don't tie it to the grid. What are they going to arrest you for? Creating a solar battery for yourself? Okay, thanks. This is target 2. So we get target 1 and 2 easily on the bullish side, and on the on the bearish side we don't even get 1. Not even on a red day. The VIX bounced off of the area where I thought it could bounce. I spoke to Adnan yesterday. I may convince him yet to come back. We'll see. Yeah. He said he found a foolproof method. Okay, I'm going to show you. So this green squiggly will definitely show you the head and shoulder target. So for educational purposes, the head and shoulders will look like this. So there's a shoulder, right? There's a head, and there's the neckline that they're in the process of drawing a shoulder, right? If they trigger, that's not a guarantee that they do. The target will be 599.7, 599.6. Okay? Those of you who are coming to LA in a couple of weeks, it's probably less than a couple of weeks. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. Something like that, right? Okay. I don't want you to buy a put for this, but this would show you the target zone. For me, I am not a trend guy. So here's the adjustment I would make. This is not a trigger. Losing this or losing this is the trigger for me. Okay? So some people, as soon as you break the neckline, oh, okay, let's go. I like to lose levels. Like, look at the bounce at 600.3.4. Look at the support zone right there. This could be a fake out. They drop to here and then they do this to you, which wouldn't be abnormal, right? They would be selling rallies. This is the drum roll. If the Bears have any chances, they don't need to let them go up to here, because then, first of all, the sell the rally mode is done. Second of all, you have a fight equal footing, if not bearish footing. You have 30% of the S&P off its game. These guys are wound tight. Risk appetite is deciding what to do. STX way off the highs. Die, you mo flicker, die. Bitcoin off. So risk appetite is not as healthy as yesterday. Not because the VIX is high. The VIX is way too low. This is average value for the VIX. It's like nothing is going on in the world. That's just crazy stuff. Look at the indecision here. We have a, I bet you this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, NR7. Let's see. NR4 working on NR7. So narrow range 4 or 7. We have ongoing ticks that are inside each other. Look at that. Largest, second, third, and now we're stuck inside the body of the indecision. The outcome of this is going to be fantastic to watch. I haven't done much studies on NR4s or 7, except to tell you we use it every day, but we don't say it. We say, wow, they're wound tight, ready to move. We say things like, look how wide they were swinging earlier and look how much narrower they are right now. Like this guy. Look at the width coming into a pinpoint. Energy built up. There's going to be an explosion, up or down. I have no idea. So this is where you go, okay, let me look at other things that give me an idea. The ES, I can tell you a rising wedge is pointing to lower prices. So one would imagine that it's easier to get to 600.3 than 601.3. We'll see. Hold the drum roll if you can. So what does that mean? If I'm holding a put and it's red, I'll hold it to see the outcome of this. And if I have calls, I would have booked them at 601.10 like I told you should. But if you bought calls here, right on. So if you booked them at 601.10 and bought the calls back on the dip, that's what the bullish behavior does. That means you're betting up, even though I think it's down. You're betting up, and that's where you enter the calls. The only reason I think it's down, two reasons. One, the ES has a bearish harmonic, and the bunch of ETFs are below the opening candle bodies. Okay, Maria, $10 wide this early in the day is going to be hard to monetize, but good luck on Iron Butterfly. Let me see if anybody on YouTube has any questions. All right, so technically the head and shoulders triggered, and this is where I want to see it lose that yellow circle I just drew. Okay. And if you look left, there's plenty of bounce areas. Don't forget that long wick for 1 second. If you bought the original put and you stayed in it, you're down 25% now, 25, 30%. Use this whoosh to get out of your problem. So if you're not fast in trading, what I would do is I would enter the exit order right now and say, I want to sell my put for, and ask for a price. 600.8 should fail for me to believe that this neckline has been breached. This is normal. They're going back above the neckline. You see, I told you they dip, and they do the yellow squiggly, that's what they're doing. They are pricing in this guy. If they take the whole thing, it's okay. It's suboptimal if you let them go to 601. There's no need, and in fact, it would ruin the breakdown quite a bit. It wouldn't eliminate it, but it would just make it not believable. If you want to give me a Christmas gift early, you would make STX go to 128 today. Yeah, I'll convince him to come back. Adnan. He's still into gun. He went deeper dive. He took a few other classes that he deemed useless, which means that he elevated his knowledge base. So he's found a winning path. So sounds happy, which means he has results. This guy doesn't BS. I know he's honest about his numbers, at least with me. So his winning path, he uses astrology and geometry and I don't know, astrophysics. The GAN method is out there. You either believe in it or you don't. I believe in it in the sense where it yields a lot of results. I don't really care if it's crazy or not, but I'm not willing to study it. It's just too complicated. So if somebody gives me, well, you can laugh it off, but the guy that invented it was the most successful on record trader of all time for 3 years running. His name is Gann. His last name is Gann. Look him up. Gann. He had a front facing book and he had whatever, a 90 plus 3 years. All right. Double tap on my area of interest, the yellow circle. These guys should have support. They're falling into the wicks. Wicks are buyers. So these guys collectively, hundreds of tickers falling into a buyer zone. So falling from here should be very difficult. These guys are frisky, looking to break out off of their own buyer zone. So if these guys go up to here, that's 30% of the S&P. This guy will be at 601.30. Very disappointing. The VIX is strong. I don't think it should happen. The VIX is not laying down. All right, then don't listen to him. You're being stubborn at the risk of missing out on very successful trades. It's not for me, but if somebody tells me information based on it, you can best believe it that I will respect the information because I've seen it work too many times. There's a trade on gold based on astrology that has never failed. You want to argue with that one too? Right. Well, that's why I said it's not for me, but I will use that information. Like if somebody tells me be careful around that date, I will be in VIX calls that date. All right, this is where the drum roll. Who can drum roll really well? This is where you hold the drum roll. We have lower highs, the descending trend, higher lows, that little short squiggly yellow mark will represent that higher lows, coming into a fight zone. The bulls need to recover the neckline they've just lost. That's what they're trying to do. They want to trace out that yellow path up to avoid the original green path down and the big arrow down to the head and shoulders. Right on. If I had calls on these things, I would be out. Microsoft and CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike, I already logged it. So Microsoft, I'll add it. Very bullish market. Sentiment is off the chain. I don't understand it. The world could not be in more shambles than it actually is, and confidence is off the chain. I don't know where that confidence come from. Maybe ignorance is bliss. They're plugging their ears. La 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 la. Bye 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 bye. AMD. Okay. Yes, that's music to my ears. STX. I do own puts. So they did the yellow path, and that is the way they did it is horrific for the Bears. Um, Price action too easy, too easy on the upside. They're still selling rallies. This is another rally. Technically, they kind of made a lower low, so they're still selling rallies. Let's see if it's a bull trap. There was one yesterday, bull trap. So this one played out, right? Rallies, rallies, rallies. Okay, let's see if they can retrace lower. So copy paste from yesterday. We did that yesterday several times. Let's see if that plays out one more time. This is where the suspense gets real. This one should be the opportunity to break out. You know how we traced out the head and shoulders? That's why I didn't want to draw it, because I know a lot of you bought puts because it's there. That's not how you use these things. Okay. If you bought a put now, that's how you use these things. So if you buy a put now, buy it at the money, 601 put, for the opportunity to drop. Okay. At this point in time, you could do that from here to here, but I can tell you halfway through, as soon as you approach 600.7, they're going to try to buy it. So be fast. If you bought calls, I would exit into 601.10 again. So I would be out of the calls here. The upside potential is the opposite drawing of the head and shoulders. So if you tell me we're going to break out of 601.10, where we failed a few minutes ago, I tell you we're going to go to 601.6 or 601.7. So basically the middle of the yellow box way up top. If you're holding calls for that, that's fine. That's your breakout. But just like I would tell you, book your puts if you come down to 600.5 again, I would tell you to scalp your calls from the dip up to here. So I think we might be stuck without a superstar. Let's look who can do it. I cannot believe how flexible Alphabet stock has been in price action. It's just absolutely mind blowing. It spikes to yesterday's high at the open. It falls to 174, which is yesterday's low, minutes after the open, and now it's higher than it placed a tick higher than the high. Alphabet, since when is it that volatile? That is just absolutely mind blowing. And now Apple has been stuck in a rut for a couple of days, and this is where it can go to 198, 199 and change the game. Meanwhile, Nvidia has been babysitting a 148, 149 spike, just sitting there waiting. I bet you they're just keeping it in the chamber. Amazon has been trying its best. Meta showed its muscle yesterday, but not a lot more. STX did retrace. So now suddenly we have very green ticks here off the support. We expected that. These guys have been strong all day. So we have too many bullish soldiers to hold puts with confidence. The selling calls and selling puts, or selling call spreads, 0 DTE, selling put spreads, has been the easier trade. Um, Holding calls doesn't even pay that fast unless you're momentum trading. You buy and you sell, you buy and you sell, you enter and you exit. Holding overnight, it's the fact that the VIX is not holding its greens chews up call premiums as well. So we're back to minus 0.28. We're still stuck in the minus 0.3. Yeah, CrowdStrike, unless you're re-entered, I'm logged out. I entered the numbers. It was a great win, so I'm not going to log it. If you haven't heard me earlier today, I said I do have a trade that's in trouble. That's the QQQ credit call spread. It expires tomorrow. I'm not going to chance it. I will roll it today. I will probably roll it to Monday or Tuesday. I'm not going to roll it to Friday because Friday is a short day. What a piece of crap trade. It's not mathematically big loss. It's not a loss yet, especially for somebody who acted the way I told them to act. But it's just annoying to have to roll it time after another. So on Beto, I got most of my money back on that put I bought a while back. I only bought one batch, the original batch. I never added. I did roll it yesterday to a different position, and if I remember correctly, the dollar amounts are back to the original investment or close to it. So I think I'll hold it one more day or two. I'm not bearish Bitcoin. I think this is more a bet on risk appetite. I think risk appetite is misplaced, and they might realize it soon enough. And if I get these pink squig, that's a daily chart, then I can eke out maybe 20 to 40%. I'm not sure. We'll see how that plays out. So extremely bullish behavior to get back to zero, flat line on the indices. My question is, will the VIX lose the level they just placed around 1950? We'll see. The KRE is off the highs, so I think this retraces lower back to 600.8. So if I have calls, I would be out. Look at that. These guys looking to break out. 30% of the S&P, and look, these guys bounced. We expected to bounce, but that's the largest green candle all day. These are 15-minute candles so far. Depends on where they closed. I mean, we've had larger candles, but this is the largest body. The mega caps are just too strong, and the indices are not weak. Deadly combination for holding puts. Looking at the indices, which ones are breakout worthy? None of them. How is this possible? So none of these looking like they can break out on their own. So these are the guys that are going to bring in any extra greens. Okay, so I logged a CrowdStrike earlier because you gave me a dollar amount. Goldman, this is an exit point, man. I would not be long Goldman with calls for any longer than a few hours. If you're holding it minute to minute, that is one thing. But breaking out from Goldman from here means a huge rally in Goldman that looks difficult. Anyway, if it pops to 635, it's going to come back down to 620. So if you're trading intraday, that's fine. If you're holding overnight, you're at risk. Microsoft is Microsoft. It's at all-time highs. It's a nope, not an obvious entry point from an investment perspective. It too, short term, this is an exit point for Microsoft. This candle is massive. So the closer you get to 478, the more it is of an exit point between 76 and 78 short-term comments on Microsoft. I would not be in calls here. CrowdStrike. They beat this candle. Wow. They're trying to beat this candle. And this one. Man, oh man. Credit call spread, is it back alive? I would redo the same credit call spread instead of buying a put. If you want to fight this fight with not buying puts, you can sell a call spread, but there are pluses and minuses. The plus is you don't need a drop and time is your friend. The minus is you can only make $110 and you're risking $390. Whereas if you risk $390 buying puts and you nail it, it's harder to nail it, but if you do nail it, you make a hell of a lot more than selling a call spread. Which level? Okay, so if you have a good risk appetite, 60-35, 60-40 will give you $85. 60-35 will give you $125. So that's the more active trade. If you don't have meetings or you're going to babysit it, try that one and stop out if you lose X. So you're going to trade it like you're holding a put. You buy a put and you exit if you lose X. So if you collect 125 and it turns into 225 and you say, okay, I bought puts and I lost $100, I'm out. This red W says we go down to 601.10 and 600.6. $600.6. Back to the double finger box. You see how they use the double finger box to the penny? I didn't draw it to be cute. I drew it because they acted on that line like it was lava. And look at how they bounced on it to the penny inside my yellow circle. That's not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Yeah. I don't have the guts to tell you to buy puts because even when we got red ticks earlier today, we got no premium increase in the puts. Tom, they didn't put, I promise you, we had red ticks earlier and the puts lost value. There is 0 F's given in this market. If I wasn't streaming on YouTube, I would say the F word. 0, less than 0 F's given in this market. The top. It could be a topping formation for a dip. I would never say the top insinuates that this is the end of it. We will never go above it. It's not the case. Just like you can't call the bottom, you can call a bottom and a top. 601.40, I would be out of calls. If you just bought calls because we fell into support, 601.40, I would be out. In other words, there might not be enough runway. Now the bulls can go back up and take out 601.80 and go to 602.60. I don't know how that's going to happen. I do have a bearish setup on the ES. So we got target 1 and a little bit of target 2. Let's see if they let us finish the target 2. The second arrow, finish the second arrow. We got arrow 1 and 2, but that they weren't really drawn as targets 1 and 2 for me. I always put my own spin on things here. I'll be right back. Targets 1 and 2. We got targets 1 and 2. Yeah, thanks. I'm working on it. Thank you for that. There. I should be back online there too. Start recording. So we got the Miracle of Miracles. We got target 1, 2, and soon 3. Target 3, believe it or not, will be inside the circle. Okay. So we got 3 targets out of a market that doesn't want to give us target 1 a minute ago. So if you sold the credit call spread for $125, now it's $50 or $55. You just made $70 out of risking $390. That is a respectable return on your risk. You decide if you want to sell a credit put spread. When I win that easily, I don't go there. I just stay with it. So now we go back to watching the downside of the Head and Shoulders. Nick, we went higher than the neckline, than the headline. Yes, we did. Nevertheless, it's all about the necklines, not about the shapes, right? The shape is just to gauge how far down it is. That's what people miss. Who cares what the shape is? As long as we fight over the line. They're defending this yellow circle for days. A few days ago, I drew this red box that we're inside right now, which was based inside the yellow circle. I said, we're done for the day, or I said something like, okay, show me you can take another green tick. And then they took a giant green tick and then another one, and they ran. So this is a spot that has been pivotal for days. If you lose it, I don't give a crap what the shape is above it. They're going to accelerate to the downside. I would be shocked if they hold 600, like shocked. You just need to lose the yellow circle. So if you're in a put, stay in the put. I'm in the process of rebooting all the streams to the Discord and such. It's just going to take me a minute. I apologize. I'm building a bulletproof method, but it's going to take me a couple of months to build it. With regards to power, I already have backup satellite because of Elon's dish. I bought the mini and fires off. It's just plug and play, super easy. The power situation, although I don't have a power problem, oddly enough, I'm working on resolving a power problem that I don't have. And this happens today. Not a big deal. Could have been worse. Could have been a contender. Okay, we are in the yellow circle. It will have repercussions above and beyond what we've done so far. So what the green squiggly will be target 1. The yellow arrow will be target 2. Green squiggly yellow arrow. Somebody listening to us, they'll make fun. That's how it works. Our squigglies pay the bill. So far, so good. The price action. Software engineers, if you're in this room, do the world a favor. When you build a software, don't force it, build it so it can force itself to the forefront. I go launch an application and then go to another application, especially when you download updates. If your software download updates like Thinkorswim, like Tradietek, Stacy Trade, and you Force yourself back onto the forefront when you download the updates without my permission. You're being a jerk. Don't do that. I can't tell you how disruptive that is for somebody that stretches the limits on productivity. You launch Thinkorswim, it takes 2 minutes to download. Even though I just had it open, for some reason it needs to download updates. And then whenever it decides it downloaded the updates, it takes over the screen, and then it takes another 30 seconds to unfold itself because it's gigantic. Don't be that jerk. There's no need. You're not the boss of the world. So the bounce here, if it stays below 601, would be ideal for the bulls. I'm going through this right now. I've launched 3 instances of Thinkorswim, and all 3 of them bounced in my face. None of them remembered which window they were on. Why don't you not remember which window you were on? It's on a completely different monitor. God dang, man. What? Very frustrating to deal with this while trying to run a room. One second. These are 15-second candles. So when you say you ordered Starlink, did you order the brand new one, the gigabyte one? They have a brand new super fast one. Oh. Yeah, it's plug and play. It's really easy. I bought the portable one. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. That would be Meta doing Meta things, Apple things. I'm surprised NVIDIA. They have a pocket, one in the pocket, NVIDIA. They need a bounce. They know exactly where they need it. They know which soldiers to take out. Meta is always good for a rally. Apple has been dormant for a long time, and now it's been dormant for so long that the breakout is super easy for Apple. So it goes to 199. It's no great shake. 200.4 would be typical. If you look back 30 days, that's what it's done. Open to high, open to low. Let's see if they do that today. In the end, you're going to have to reconcile the fact that hundreds of tickers don't want to do that. So you can rig the game for as long as you want, and then you puke it out. So the DAX is closing almost minus 1%. We are refusing to be lower than minus 3%, 0.3. Puts here. You can, yes, but I told you I haven't seen premiums come back into the puts, so you can, yes. Use the 601 put, and that is $110. $108. It'd be better if you can buy it at the blue line. So I look at these guys. If they break out, they're gonna go up back to the yellow box. They refuse. They absolutely fucking refuse to have a red tick. They're setting us up for a massive failure or a huge breakout. I told you that last week. I said within the next 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, we're going to be shocked. Either a super big rally in relief for whatever, or a pretty sizable dip. realistically, I can see the reasons for a rally because now they've planted fear that is not playing out. They're scaring us, but we're not getting scared. But we will celebrate the disappearance of the scary things. Easily said, they put the prospects of world war, and the market said, "We don't believe you." And when they tell us, "Okay, that's over," the market is going to say, "Woo!" and take off. If we do, like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm waiting for a spike to short in size like last year. I'll hedge it and walk away from the computer. Until then, baby steps. Snipe. Snipe. In and out. Stick and move. Like Cassius Clay. All right. If we make a lower low than 600.2, basically, if we lose the yellow circle for good, we will finish the yellow arrow. The green arrow was my original dip down to 600. Look how much it takes to get there. And we're not even there. Look how much effort it takes to get there. Boeing super spiked to 206 out of nowhere. Now back to 201 from 198. It must have had a headline. The XLI is not showing strength, so maybe they don't believe it. Tesla is headed towards its normal range, which is 315, 312 would be nothing unusual. 304 would be one standard deviation of what it does every day for the last 30 days. On the one hand, the market shows me tremendous conviction. On the other hand, they show me zero conviction. Like the behavior in Google shows zero conviction. You're super strong, and then you let it all out. You spit it back out at the smallest sign of trouble. XLF and KRE up down. Well, it's relativity. It's not up down. It's down down. The KRE is trying to hold the lows of this morning, which are below the lows of 2 days ago. So yesterday I said the difference between KRE and the XLF is the KRE did not beat 2 days ago's highs. So we're lower lows, lower highs in the KREs. The XLF had an outstanding day yesterday. So now they're trying to consolidate in that. The VIX is deciding what to do. Look at the upper right-hand corner. Look at the size of the move. This whole day is a handle to a gigantic cup. So if we break out today, the upside from 30% of the market, which are 7 stocks, is substantial. Mind-blowing stuff, man. Mind-blowing. Yeah. So they're push, pull, and they refuse to die. So you got to respect that. Like this candle right there. This is all mega caps. And the ETFs are bouncing off of the strongest buyer, which is the opening candle. We're still inside the opening 15-minute candle. And on the S&P, we have our opening range inside the orange box. So here's the comment. If we go to the yellow box, the purple zone of the yellow box, then the opportunity for the bulls is to get $1.50 to $3 of upside from there. So they can get to 603.40 to 605. but you need to break out of that large peak. Until then, you trade the range. The range has been yellow circle, yellow rectangular, yellow rectangle, yellow circle, yellow rectangle. Easy for me to say. We will start looking at gamma as soon as gamma gives us clues, and my gamma crashed, so I'm trying to reload it. Gapping up on a 15-second candle, gapping up. They can't wait. Nvidia is actually bearish. It could go to 143.6. So who's leading? Apple. Apple's pushing. We thought that it had room to go, and they're taking advantage of that underperformance, the relative underperformance that it had. All right. The stream on Discord is back up and running. Of course. You can do both. You buy the dip, and I would be out here. I don't give a crap what they're doing. They need to bring the whole market up. I will trade the range until the range breaks. In other words, I will assume that there's a seller around that red line, give or take. So as we approach the red line, the white box, the yellow box, that's where the sellers lie. And this yellow circle is days old. And today it's being surgical. If you bought a put here, scalp as you approach 600.6, and then we will see if they have it in them. I'm shocked we have red ticks with this. You know what? I'm going to go to 15-second here to match up the price action. Look at this beast move here, and that's without NVIDIA. Algo flow is again negative and diverging right now. Let's see if we have some gamma information. $601 is fairly sizable magnet. 601. So we got here. 6,000 is the largest. So sell an iron butterfly at 6,000. That's a trade. If you want that, here's the one I would sell. I wish it was later in the day. It's pretty early. But if 6,000 is a magnet, I would collect $1,280 to sell a 6,000 iron butterfly, $15 wide. So what I'm doing is they're risking $220. I sell a 6,000 call and a put on the SPX expiration today. And on the same order, I buy a protective call at 60.15 and I buy a protective put at 59.85. I choose $15 wide. They'll pay me $12.70, $12.80 credit to open the trade. This is a cash settle trade. If you are constrained with PDT rules, don't do that. And if we close at 6,000, you will make more than $1,000. But the goal is to make whatever money. So if you make 80, remember that you only risk 220, right? That's a huge, the 28%. So it's a pretty respectable return. So if you make $200, you pretty much your reward is as much as your risk. That's pretty outstanding. 6,000 is a very large magnet. Second largest magnet is 60.20. Okay, Qs messy. 532 is the largest magnet, but it's not large, so I won't look at it. Hmm. Options data. I see the 6,000. There are 49,000 puts transacting there. So the range is between 6020 and 6,000. There's a whole bunch of calls at 6020 and a whole bunch of puts at 6,000. It's a lot larger than any other put position. So that's why the gamma is there. So if you made money, you should have exited, right? You hit target 1 and 2 of that tiny little red W. I gave you directions that where you would exit. So now the question is, if you didn't exit, don't now. Because now the question is, this is the drum roll. This should be an easy breakout for the bulls, and this is the promise of this breakout. If you take that out, you get 92 cents out of it, which would put you above the high of the day. So this is what's at stake for the bears. If they let the bulls break out from 601.20, this breakout will make it green. This green circle breakout on paper gives you a target that's this big. Okay, so we'll get you above this guy. And this breakout will give you a target that's $1.50 to $5 of upside. 1.5 to 3 realistic, but tag on an extra 2 because I think the breakout will be neck breaking. So tell me we're going to do that without the XLF posse. It is possible. Amazon is looking to break out from yesterday's high. Google is itching. Meta is always available. It also can break out. And NVIDIA hasn't done anything. NVIDIA's target is the middle of the 150s for more than a week. Okay, it has an interim target of 148 since yesterday. Nope, didn't want to do it. Yesterday it topped out at 146. It's now either dropping to 143 or going to 148. You tell me. And whatever happens to it will happen to the market. So if we need a tiebreaker, just watch NVIDIA and see what it does. I can tell you that the KRE is looking to hold the overnight flash low. If the KRE goes to 55.5, I think the market does not break out today. We just continue this dumbass choppiness. We'll see how that plays out. Very frustrating price action to cover, to be honest. You can't go in with conviction on anything short term. If you're buying, you can have relative conviction on selling, but buying is very difficult. LMT. I don't trade LMT when we have a war going on. It's a headline stock that puts my skills at a disadvantage. It's not an obvious entry point. If it breaks out 490, it goes to 513. If I was stuck long, I would be exiting. To me, LMT, this is the. To me, LMT, this is BS. All of this is all BS. None of this deserves it to be up here. So this is the top to LMP, this one right there. That's the way I see it. Unless they discovered gunpowder. So if you break out from 490, I'd be shocked. I would exit as we approach this cluster. So LMT, the answer is not an obvious point of entry from an investment perspective. Trading wise, be careful with the options. The options are they're hard to trade. The quotes are weird. The fills are weird. Just hard to trade. Yeah, the green line, well, it will be a candle. Just give it a few minutes. The headline will be Iran's regime fall, or there are rumors that the regime in Iran has fallen, and the market will go up 2% like that. Even though they're not worried about it right now. If they were worried about it, the VIX will be higher, and we would have red ticks, not green ticks. But they will have huge green ticks if we have a headline on that. Last night, pretty much the president guaranteed an invasion of Iran of sorts with his tweets and talks and whatever. Very nonchalant about it. And the market doesn't bat an eye. 0.3% red, 0.2% red. All the red happens after hours when the pros are trading. Open the market for the retailers. To the moon, Mo Flicker, to the moon. Everybody hodls. They buy calls and they hold. And then they get margins and nobody talks anything about it. They refill the accounts and they repeat. That's why the casino exists, because people go to the ATM machines. Take out the ATM machines, you have to leave the casino. You're out of chips. Those who go long with shares or sold puts to own shares are better off than those who keep buying calls. I don't know. You know more about this than me. Okay, so we are falling into the same bounce level as earlier. If you bought puts, you should have been exited. Look how reluctant they are to losing that yellow circle on the left side. You put so much emphasis on one spot, the double finger box. You put so much emphasis on it. You better hold it. The minute you lose it on a closing basis, it accelerates lower and it gives me that yellow, if not more, downside. But you need to lose it. They have too many soldiers. Look at these soldiers. They broke out and now they're establishing a baseline. They're trying to. This one candle matters. So I'm going to put a line here, the opposite of this red line. Earlier, I put a red line for these guys, and they couldn't break out of it. They're still struggling with it. I'm putting a support zone, which should be support. And this is a time frame that matches this one. I don't usually watch these 15 seconds at a time, but watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the sleeping giant. It has had the mid 150s as a target for a long time, and it's just not doing it. I have a feeling is they have it in the pocket. So if they need a quick buck, they will, in the indices, they will use it to goose us all. Like if we are to stall, or we're falling into the yellow circle and they can't get anybody else to pop and they want to hold the yellow circle for whatever reason, boop, you'll see bids in NVIDIA. So I'm going to turn it into a 15-second chart so we can play that game. Yesterday, we played their game flawlessly using options. Today, I'm going to play it with charts, which is more fun. Actually, the options yesterday was a lot of fun. The Gamma game, it was so amazing. Okay. I'm still reloading. I'm still relaunching my PC. I've got so many things to reopen. What a day, what a week, what a year. Learning so much. Learning so much. Okay. Let me see here. Too many messages. Yeah, you got to name things to remember them. The double finger box is from a few days ago, and it's funny, but the point is to remember it. Well, you came in with a credit call spread and it played out. That credit call spread, by the way, is $53. If you're not very bearish the market, you can sell a credit put spread. Whenever I win easily with a credit call spread, I very rarely do I deploy a credit put spread. Zero DTE. Longer term, I do. So yesterday I told you that the indices options were trading bearish, like they were expecting a bearish day, and we got that. So I will continue to monitor that. Look forward in the options, and they're trading tomorrow's options a little bit lower than now. That's a better piece of information later in the day. All right, this is the second try at the breakout from a cup and handle that gets you that green mark all the way to the top of the yellow box. That's their second effort. They better have it in them because the last effort was purely done on this. These guys said, maybe not now. We're kind of busy. So watching the KRE versus NVIDIA, basically. The spirit of KRE versus the potential of NVIDIA. The Qs are definitely the strongest of the indices. So this is the NASDAQ. And you would think that we would be redder with all this much red, with the lack of green. But we have too many large companies that are flat, propping up the index. So if we go to the Russell 1000, that's, quote, the market. Oil stocks are up. And the mega caps are flat and the rest are red, so we get a mild red. I think the mega cap performance might be masking some weaker scoreboards today. That's the third attempt at the same white box. Second attempt at a cup and handle, and they're gapping up into it. My goodness, what in the actual heck is going on? Let's go down to 15 seconds. So this is XL Posse going. As soon as I say they don't have it in them, they gap up on the XL Posse. So who is it? XLI? XLI, the industrials. So Boeing, Deere, Cat. Okay, Caterpillar gapping up. What's that other? LMT is in there, I think. Yeah, RTX is in there. These are war ones. So XLI, XLV, but it's very weak. So maybe the upside potential comes from the XLV. XLF strong. All right. Just when we counted them out, they come back to life. So I'm going to go back to 5 minutes. Those will give us nausea. And they're attacking my red line one more time. The blue line is automatically drawn based on Fibonacci levels. So somewhere between the two, there are sellers. They probably are, Jafar. Akhwat al-Sharmuta. Ooh, does YouTube know how to cuss in Arabic? Sounded good, huh? Sorry, YouTube. Plug your ears. If you ever want to cuss and get satisfaction out of it, the Arabic language, very satisfactory. The cuss words are full of gumption. It'll get it out of your system. So they broke out of the white box after 3 tries. And now they have to deal with the red line and the yellow box. White box, yellow box have been support and resistance for 2 days. Yesterday they broke above them and then they lost them, and now they're trying to break above them again. They did break above them today, or they went to the top. Okay, so they've tried it. This is their third effort at the yellow box and their third successful effort at the white box, seemingly. All right, I think I need more caffeine. I shall return. Hold my beer? No. Hold the door. Hodor. Okay. So I'm not going to monitor the iron butterfly the whole time. It's up to you to monitor it. I'll try to keep an eye on it. It is still 12.90. It's about 10, 15, $20 more expensive than earlier. So the next time we dip like that, I mean, I couldn't have timed this dip word better than this. So it's now it's flashing 14 to 12.50. Disruption of headlines. I said the word dip and this giant candle comes in. I'm selling my quarter SPX credit call spread for my credit put spread to step. I was waiting for 2 weeks. $2.50, $50 wide. That's not a good risk reward. I would not do that. The iron butterfly is not any cheaper, so don't believe any red ticks. Whatever the hell happened, they retraced it all in an instant. This BS market, this unbelievable. They retraced the whole thing in 1 second. Nvidia didn't budge. Look at it. Nvidia up on this. This green tick barely retraced target 1 of a harmonic. $255 is too little for that much risk. I mean, risk reward, it doesn't make sense, Jafar. And just like that, we're back to the top. Just like that. No red ticks allowed. None. Zero. Zero Fs given. Whatever it is, we'll overcome it. The Fed is here. Tomorrow, Powell will save us. Or not. And now the breakout is even easier because they just saw hell and they come out of it like smelling like roses. So you still better not lose the yellow circle, but now it's so much easier to pop because you have guaranteed yourself a buyer below, a panic buyer. That's a strong buyer. We saw the largest red tick of the day. They erased it in under a minute. It happened in 15 seconds. They erased it under a minute. I want to remind you about this one. This was 1 second. In theory, you can sell a put at 600 and be solidly comfortable with that. If we take out this orange box, we're going to go to 602.80 or 603.50. Damn, that's some gangster stuff right there. The magnets are lower from gamma. The algo flow is still negative and getting more negative. So now we have that small divergence starting. Negative algo flow almost every day. Green day, red day, it's negative algo flow, which means the pros are trying to hold back the retail and the retail just saying, having none of it, up, up and away. Smart money and dumb money. I don't have proof of that, but that's how it's playing out. So let's zoom out and I'll show you where we're at. Yesterday, we were tracking a breakdown that got saved by the bell, but the breakdown came out. This was my target yesterday. And we did it after hours. We overshot, and now we're coming back into the problem, the support of yesterday, which was the top of 2 days ago, the top of 3 days ago, the base of 4 days ago. Lost. So they got there, they fought over it, they took it out, they lost it, they took it out, they lost it in deeper dip. They took it out and they're losing it. They're trying to retake it. So here's the potential for the next few days. I tried to say it in the morning note. We take this out, we're gone. 611 easy. If we take this out, which can happen today, the start of it. If we take this out, we seriously put the test against this one. But look at this buyer. This, I think, was a war headline. That it has got to be. And look at how they rejected it within 15 minutes. No way do we want below 596. That's what it is. 597, 596, super strong buyer. If in the next couple of days, for whatever reason, we lose today's wick, the overnight wick, and put the pressure on 97 and 96, and we lose that, then we can go to the mid to high 80s. Until then, they want 611. They want the all-time highs. They're focused on it. Nothing else matters. And here is the SPX version of it. Slightly different because there's no overnight. So it's a little bit more pure. They're dealing with the yesterday's support. It's like Swiss cheese. I can drive a bus through this chart and not touch anything for weeks. That doesn't happen. You can go through here and go through here and come back through here and not touch anything. That's the SPX. It should be more than this. This is the price action that I thought would unfold. Pop, drop, gap up, and drop. It's all here. It's all here. They're chop, chop, chop. They're going to continue this behavior until they get their goal or until something breaks. The VIX spiked to 20.25 and died. Back to the base. At least it's not making lower lows. We'll see how that happens. From here, a put buy is in order because that's target one. If you dare to trade point A to point B, that's target one. That's 2 days I haven't had any luck getting money out of these trades. Like, even if you get it right, there's no money. The VIX is not high enough for you to make money. This a little consolidation zone will get us the top of the yellow box. The top of the yellow box will get us a higher high of the day. The higher high of the day will initiate a rally to 602.50, 602.80, 603.20. The leader has to include NVIDIA. Why is the best company not participating? Look at the Excel posse, completely erasing everything. It's like the TLT is exploding higher, and the XLI is putting some good work. I had a whole window I need to launch. So I can do this one and detach. I lost power earlier, so my computer shut down. I'm trying to reboot all the windows that were open. Here's the thing. I think we go to 599.5 today. Hold the put. It's worth it. Somebody's getting set up. Hold the put. I think this is happening today. No, on how to spell available. Which put? 601 put. It is 80 cents. A 602 put. I wanted to hold value. 602 put. So let's see if we can enter it smartly. It's 1.16. If we don't break out, let me rephrase. Small moves are not paying. Either a big breakout will pay or a big breakdown will pay. That is a big breakdown if it happens. It's best if you do it on a spike into the top of the yellow box. So if I was a market maker, I would trap bulls and make that yellow happen. So I would go like this, boop, come back down and finish the job. And I'm going to change this color to orange. I misspelled available, but that's okay, I think. Yes, Pratik. Look at how quiet the ETFs are. Not the ETFs, the mega caps. God knows what this was all about. It wasn't a round number, so it wasn't a report that was released. You go to Twitter, you can probably find a reason. The problem with buying puts today or calls, there's no action in the prices. The VIX is not representing a lot of risk, so you need a long distance to make money. And if you don't get the long distance, like this orange arrow is long distance. if if you don't get the long distance, there's no volatility, and the time decay on 0 DTEs is pretty loud. The clock ticking is very, very loud. Tick tock, tick tock. Okay, so it's up 8 or 9%. I want to tell you to exit ahead of time. So enter an order to get rid of your put. If you want to double your money, say get me out at 220. Say get me out at 160. Whatever dollar amount you want to make, choose it and enter the order. So if we get one of those red ticks like this that lasts less than a second, these are 15-second charts. And if you weren't super fast, there was no way you would have monetized the put on that flash drop. You get filled automatically. Same with the iron butterfly, which, by the way, now it's more expensive. Even though we're at the same level as earlier, it's more expensive. So that's bullish price action of options. We have very negative algo flow, divergent, negative, bearish divergence in algo flow. We have 20 points of downside on the SPX gamma pressure, 0 DTE. Red markets, and they refuse to let go of a level. They absolutely refuse to let go of a level. It is incredible bullishness. The sentiment, I said it in the morning note, the advantage goes to the bulls. The feeling, the sentiment is off the charts. The confidence from the bulls is off the chart. Misplaced, in my opinion, but it's off the charts. And for the short term, it gives them an advantage intraday. That's why Ryan said it's easier to buy dips. But nobody was able to buy that dip. It lasted 10 seconds. But he's right. It's easier to buy dips because of that sentiment until they run and hide. And then nobody wants to sell a put. When we're falling off a cliff, I can't convince anybody to sell a put comfortably. But everybody wants to buy calls when it doesn't make sense. Which is why we succeed easily. It's easy. So I'm going to point out a stock that represents the whole company. Berkshire, the whole country, the whole US market. Berkshire Hathaway, BRK.B. It's trying to hold the support from this week, unlike the market, which is trying to break out from the week. To me, the market should be doing what Berkshire is doing. So if the Berkshire is rallying, the market should be rallying because in theory, it's a collection of the best company businesses per the best investor of all time. So the least we can say is they shouldn't be going in opposite directions. And they are. I'll show you Berkshire. on the bottom right. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm like a bad typist today. Check this out. That's good for me because I'm short, but I don't hold puts. I'm short just price action, and it's trying to hold support from the whole week. So if Berkshire loses its footing at 485, it's important for the market because it's the biggest chunk of the XLF, a large portion of the XLF, which is in turn a large portion of the S&P. I don't think the S&P can rally with the XLF going south. That would require 3 or 4 mega caps to offset the XLF positively. So if the XLF is contributing minus 1%, you need a plus 1% in 2 or more mega caps to offset the drag from the XLF. TLT bouncing like I thought it would. If you took calls on the TLT yesterday on my note, exit. This thing is crazier than the market. Okay. The puts are up $18, 15, 16%. It's up to you. If you lost $18 in the earlier put, this is your push. I will start counting profits on this put from here if it plays out. Otherwise, I would not log this as a win. I would only log Ryan's wins in the morning and the iron condors and the credit call spreads, either or. So I will log passive income again 2 days in a row, a push on the 2 put buys. I did say buy calls several times, but I did not log them, so I will not take a credit for the room for us. So I'm going to post these results to give somebody a realistic expectations of what they can do here with one contract. So if you came in here with one contract and $400 in your pocket, you were able to walk out of here with $90 or $50 if only credit call spread, or $100 if you did the very aggressive credit call spread, $80 there. Do the math. That's a legit return in one day with only $400. Look at the mega caps up there. This is a 15-second chart, so we don't usually watch it, but somebody is propping them up. So now these guys are on their back foot. Maybe one of these will step up. And notice how they went above my red line. I mean, what the hell is going on? No red ticks allowed, period. Tag teaming bulls. I think that orange arrow is very legit. Let's see. We're still $18, 15, 16% on that put. Okay. Amazon is in the stratosphere, and I think they're struggling. I've cut my spending at Amazon a lot. I'm shopping in a couple of other places. 601, the 2 white lines should be support. The white box, they've overcome it twice. Twice today. This is the 3rd time. So the bulls do not want to let go of the white box because that would just be a lot of work for nothing. There is no friskiness from the VIX. So, all right. So let's put the XLF here. Who in the XLI, XLP, XLB, XLE, maybe XLC. So it's just a collective effort. I cannot pinpoint one of them. Home builders is at the low end of the day. Okay, I'm curious to see what the home builders did. Lennar minus 1%. So I told you, Lennar, if it pops, it drops. It may want to pop the drop, and anything below, at or below current price, that's what the options were saying. And where is it? Lennar, it did pop and it did drop. So that was a good forecast. If somebody took a bearish diagonal on Lennar, they did well. If you bought puts, you probably didn't. Amazon Prime. The pricing in Amazon made it so that nobody pays attention to Amazon Prime. All it's like the old trick from Walmart. You know, they cover the price with the same price and they call it the sale. Legally, they get away with it because they list actually, this trick came out from hotel industry, I think. If you In the olden days, I don't know if that's still true. If you look up the retail prices of hotel rooms, they're thousands because then they can claim it's a sale. So if they say we're going to give you a discount of 30%, you can't jack up the price and drop it 30%, which I think is what Amazon does. It's illegal, but prove it. Actually, I don't know if it's illegal. It's against the rules from the FTC. Verify that fact. Man, it's like pulling teeth to get profits out of that put. Still 15%, 19%, finally some heat. I'm proud of you that you didn't come in and tell me why this dropped. Why this large red box, red tick. If I post this on social media, if I cut this video part out and post it on social media, you get somebody saying, "Bro has all the lines, all the indicators," they will say. Like, yeah, everything here is hand drawn, bruh. Why the green tick? Why ask why? I'm proud of you that you guys didn't come in and say, "Oh, that's because." You don't have to buy Chinese junk. You can abstain until they start building it here. You can vote with your pocket. I have a couple of friends that do that. I don't think they're honest about it because there's some stuff that does not get made here. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so 60150. They're trying to establish the white box as support. Let's move it to where it visually representative. And then this guy is the problem and opportunity. Okay. This red W still says they made target one. That right there, 601 is target one. 600.8 is target two. That zone 600.6 yesterday, I highlighted it and look at where it's at right there. It's inside that red box, the double finger box. It should be a no-brainer to break out from here. No-brainer. You've got all the ETFs recovers to a breakout zone, and all these guys that can break out at the drop of the hat. They already told us. These are hundreds of tickers. To be able to do a V recovery like this is mind-blowing. I thought for sure they would respect this. Nope. No respect. The orange arrow is still in effect. It's a harmonic target on a higher time frame. I'm going to mute myself for a minute, okay? Okay, the same scenario still plays out, the wiggly green thing. If they want to do the orange line, they best do it by popping, inviting buyers, and stopping out the shorts, and then taking a nosedive. This large red tick may have been practice. Okay, let's see what happens. The most recent tiny red W on my screen. If you don't see it, let me show you. See that? Tiny red W. It says 601.30 or 601.10 can be available. They're not giving us two targets money often, and when they do, it's a flash. Like the last one, they gave us two targets. That red W yielded two targets perfectly. This is one target. The second target is here. The third target is 600.9. Will they give it to us fast or not at all? I think they want to go to 601.80 and then try to turn around and flush. That's a possibility. So if you bought the put and you didn't do anything with it, you're still even. If you bought the put and you scalped it, you can reopen it and you have some pocket money in your pockets. Or buy a call if you believe the opposite is happening. So they're buying dips and making higher highs. That is a fact. All this bullishness just to get back to zero. You should keep that in mind. Also, the algo flow, last I checked, was very red. It is. It's getting better. It's no longer bearishly divergent. In other words, at least it's poking up like price. So maybe the algo is about to change. The magnets are still at 6,000. That's the largest one. There are ones higher. 601, that is the largest one. That is the only one. And 532 or higher. So now we know the internals and the externals of the market. Anything above here, it goes against the calls that are in the options, which should not be easy. So the downside is still easier. So this green thing still works. Same concept. Okay, and this is still available. Same concept. We started it and said, nope, one more time. Let's see if there's an opportunity to sell a credit call spread. Again, there is. You can sell the 60.35, but it barely pays $75. Earlier, it paid $1.25. I don't like that. You're making 75 and you're risking 425. I would rather hold a put and stop out if it doesn't work, because if I nail that put entry, it makes me way more than 75. Bang for the buck, holding the put is better here with a stop this early in the day. If you weren't here earlier, you missed the action. I lost power, the whole thing. My monitors were too hot. I plugged in an external AC. It tripped the box, lost power. Next purchase, UPS. I'm building my own. I've gotten the components. I'll put it to work soon. Why are you building your own? Because it's fun. Why not? People say, hire somebody. Like my roof leaked. And I knew it wasn't a major job. I knew exactly where it was. And it's like, I've never worked on a roof. Let me go see it. That was like 5 years ago. I'm like, I'm going to go up there. I bought all the stuff. I went up there and I said, I'm not coming down until I fix it. I spent about 5 hours, fixed it, and came down. Note, PSA, if you're working on your roof, map it out. Label the tiles. They go in a specific order. All right, so we're back to 15% and $18. I will log that. Okay, that's another effort. So this is a legit put. The first two puts, one lost, one gained, wash. This is a legit 15%, $20, $18. You only need a little dip to break a level, a bounce level. Well, that's right. If you want to make more than 18 and you don't mind missing out on giving back the 18, it's a no-brainer to stay in that put. I have science. I mean, I have a reason why I'm saying this orange is available. I'm not being stubborn. There is a harmonic that points that to it. The stubborn people are the buyers. They cannot accept a red day and they're trying to turn this day green. Even though all the rising wedges because of these because of these relentless V-shaped recoveries, it makes volatility out of nothing. Like usually when you have volatility that people love, the traders love volatility, like Ryan, momentum traders, us traders that we know the charts, volatility is great because the VIX is high. But this is volatility out of BS price action without the VIX being high. So we're not getting paid for it. The calls are cheap, the puts are cheap. You need a large move to make money. Unless you're trading the actual contract, you're not able to make a lot of money. Look at this gap up in the middle of the day on a 15-second basis. That's the mega caps. One of these mega caps just took a pop. What? I'm looking at all of them. Not one of them looks at the 5-minute. Little tiny pop right there. Did I do Meta already? Yeah, I don't know which one. Microsoft. It must have been Microsoft. Never in my life have I watched a group of 7 stocks on a 15-second chart. So we're getting this green line a couple times already. That's one, that's two. Will we get it here? And then we fall into the baseline. The biggest red candle the whole day is right there. We're in the middle of it. There we go. That's its sister right there. On cue. All right. So we're up $54, 50%. $54, 50%. This is where you need to exit that put. Okay? At least trim it. If you took, because look left, this is the yellow circle. How stubborn have they been at the yellow circle? Every dip today, they bounce off of it like it's lava. They don't want to lose that yellow circle. This orange line is still in effect. We got more than half of it. You should walk away with $50 and 50%. If you sold the credit call spread, and look at these, look how easily we come back off of this yellow dot circle. One more time. You can get a fill. You just need to pre-enter the order. Yes, which puts you at a disadvantage. I'll tell you what, stay in the put. F them. Screw them. We're going to get to that orange line. Oh my God. So now I have a wolf wave, 2 wolf waves that are pointing the ES down to 60.39. There's a big level of support. They're fighting for the support so much. I feel that that's what they're hanging their hat on, because scientifically the orange line should come to fruition, which means 60.39 should also come to fruition, but they're hanging their hat on it. So they're going to try to stay above it at all cost. And if they lose it, they're going to be overwhelmed. So they're going to overshoot to the downside. So it hasn't played out of late. Like right now, we had an island gap up in the VIX. Very bizarre day. Watch the VIX. 5 minutes. Look back to this spike earlier, the one that gave us the first red tick. Look, and this one gapped up, and now it's closing the gap inside that long spike. If there are no headlines hitting the tape on Twitter or Truth Social or whatever, you can rest assured that there are some people that have information that you and I don't, and they're trying to position for it. Okay. So let me re-describe. You remember on Friday, I said, I bet you we would close weak and we made a ton of money off of a put. I think we're going to do that this week. Whether they do it today or tomorrow, I don't know. Because here's the setup. Tomorrow, the close is going to be with Powell talking, and it will be the positioning for the OpX on Friday. The SPX contract, the AM settled one, the one with the most volume, you cannot trade it past Wednesday. Because Thursday, the market is closed in the US. Unless they do their options trades in the morning, they're blind to the open on Friday. So that means you're going to go to bed with 3 days before you find out whether you won or lost. Holy moly. It's probably worth an iron butterfly around the heaviest point of contact. I will look into it tomorrow. This way you risk $200 to make $400 to $800. We'll see if that works out. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. It doesn't look like much for the untrained eye, but for somebody that watches. Do you have an email so I can connect? Okay, vague response says, sure. QQQ credit call spread trade update. I plan on rolling this losing credit call spread one more time. The roll costs 0.25-ish. Now, if markets fall, okay, we pierced the yellow marker. You got 58%, so $50, 50%, $50, 50%, 60, sorry, 60%, $50. So you got about $50 out of that put twice. So if you missed exiting the first time, a couple of you said, "Oh, dang it, it was too fast." Um, oh, you made 45? Okay, good. So it did present itself. You don't have to get every penny out of every trade. When I say hold your put, I meant for you to get out with money. It doesn't mean hold your put for the orange line. I am comfortable seeing the downside play out to the orange line. I do see a potential dip in the ES that would be substantial to challenge the overnight low. It's available. It's made up out of two wolf waves. One broken kind of and one isn't broken. So the reward will be massive if you can leave a runner. But if you came in to make money and you just made 60% on a put, who am I to say, ah, you idiot, you closed it too soon? You know me. Okay. I'm trying to update that stupid QQQ trade. I wish I can give them instructions and rely on them to do it. Like I can tell them keep rolling until it works out. It's almost free to roll right now. If I can get out with $100 loss, I will just get out. Hi, Everett. Oh wow, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, friend. Appreciate it. Okay. 85%, $100. We got our orange arrow. We get out. The yellow arrow was that was from earlier. If you had the original put and you didn't get out, this is your exit for barely a scratch. I think $20 loss. $20. So the first put and the second put wash each other out. This one gave us $100. Okay, so this is orange. That's yellow. roughly 89% ish. Now, you can leave runners because I have a modified target, but the runner has to be different because not different. You have to know what you're looking for. You have to track the ES. ES, that's the futures, okay? And it trades longer hours. And my target on the futures is that it wants to go to 60, 39, and it's a moving target. So 60, 39 is down here. So it's an additional 0.4%. So the day will be down 1%. Okay. That's the target in my mind. And it's a moving target. Now, the caveat on that is it's made up of two things, one of which is kind of broken. And that's the one that gives me the lower target. So we are falling into a very strong support. On the other hand, we just lost very strong support, that yellow circle. So if we pop to the yellow circle, get out of your calls, enter puts. You understand? Because this can go another 0.5%. We can double the reds. Nice work, Maria. This is risk appetite right there. Buyer. Right there. Long stick. That's their knee jerk reaction. Beto, I told you watch Beto, lost its level. That's not the end of the world, but lost a bid. That is risk appetite. Palantir, risk appetite. Disclosure, I'm short both. More so Palantir than Beto. Beto is for fun. I am no longer short Uber. I closed my short yesterday. I raised cash. It was a big win, easy win. I got out of it. I am no longer long or short Apple. Apple, they were charging me, what did I say, $1,600 to sell the one put at 135. 135. They were charging me $1,600. That was outrageous. Scary outrageous. Apple. That's an extra $50 on those puts, by the way, right here. If you're in those puts, those are runners. If you had two and you closed one, that's not a runner. You trimmed, and that's still okay. But don't call it a runner. Don't call it a comeback. So today was tricky, frustrating. You sense the frustration in my voice. On top of it, I lost power and I lost my stream and I had to reload everything and reopen everything. But all in all, it's been a pretty good day. Okay. I don't. Let's see here. Credit call spread trade update. I plan on rolling if the QQQ falls minus 1.5% ish today. I plan on closing for a small loss. Mm. So I sounded confident with that orange arrow, right? I don't do that often. I am very confident that the Bulls will try to erase this. They will do their best to try to get up to the white box one more time. They're going to have to face the big beast with the yellow circle. They created this beast by defending it so harshly. The red box in just above the yellow circle is a that's the double finger box from a few days ago. And all joking aside, that was a 1 second candle that came out when I uttered the word. It looks like they're out of steam. Boom, giant green candle right there. That's why they defended the yellow circle so harshly today. They don't want to lose it. So now they have about 15, 20 minutes to recover it. They will do all they can to reach the white box in order to undoubtedly recover. Okay. Meanwhile, look at that yellow arrow right there. That has been met. Okay, so that's the original one, and you would have still lost $20 on it if you held it. Why? Because so much time has elapsed, so much tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. You got the level, but it took for ever. The head and shoulders got played out, but we did a whole lesson on it. Doesn't matter what it's called, and the yellow circle. It's all about the yellow circle right now. You lose the green circle I just drew, you will end up at 598.8. All right. So the iron butterfly is 1180. Josh, you got profits. Book them. The gamma pressure is still at 6,000, so you might still make more money. But it was, what was it? 1280 to open, 1250 to 1280, and now it's 1170. It'll probably fill for a little bit less if you want to put in an order for 1150, and you can make $150. So I can log a win on the iron butterfly as well. Modestly, I'll put 80. The percentages is not modest because we only risked 320, right? No, 220. So I was right. It was about 30%. So it's 36%. For us, it's $100, not 80. I'm putting 80 just so I don't sound like a BSer, because people are going to read it on Twitter and they'll say, "Oh, bull crap. I don't believe that guy." Okay, so that was an iron butterfly. SPX. And if we hang out here for an hour, it will get cheaper. So you may be leaving money on the table, but remember, you just made 35%, 30% on the money at risk. All right, let's zoom back out here on the mega caps to see what's their technical shape as. It's Apple. Apple can become crapple. Watch out. Apple is looking to lose the bottom. So if you do roll the credit call spread that I have in trouble on the QQQ right now, it's free. It's literally free to roll, and it doesn't expire until tomorrow. If you're bearish the market, you don't have to close it. But if you don't close it, you're going to lose money with time ticking because the credit call spread is in the money. Okay. The only green stock I have here is Philip Morris, which is a defensive stock, and Micron, which has been an unbelievable tear, and freaking IBM. Freaking IBM. The biggest loser of the mega caps. There is no bigger loser than IBM in prestige and momentum, in innovation, in relevance than IBM. It is absolutely the biggest loser of all of them. Okay, thanks, Faye. The amount of green I'm getting today is about the same size of the amount of red I had yesterday. My STX is back to green. I'm holding a put in STX. It's back to green. My KR puts are back to green, 40%. 31 days. I trimmed. So these are runners. I trimmed. They're not runners. I trimmed. Did we just bounce a lot? My goodness. The Qs just bounce or what? Why are the premiums suddenly getting jacked up? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm back with you. I got distracted. All right, so we got kind of our target. My target was actually 599.2. That's the beautiful target of this orange arrow should go to 599.2, but I can't ask for that. I would not hold a put for that. I would rebuy a put as we approach the yellow circle. So if you just bought a put, that's fine. Conviction medium at best. Buy the same put. Let's see here. Check that. The 601 put. 600 put is $104. It's already logged. I don't have to log it. It's $104. And by the way, that's your out from the original put for $20 loss. It's $100 for the 600 put, which is not a lot of money. But what I'm saying is, if I'm right about the target being 599 point something, 599.2, 599, then this will result in a lower low yet. But you have these guys bouncing. The Qs are not The Q's elements are super strong individually. So this is a strange one. We have all the indices up and down about the same percentage. Usually one of them outpaces the other. Like yesterday, the QQQ were ahead. The KRE just made a lower low. It's been an excellent rabbit. Tom, we called that orange arrow to perfection. It's been choppy. It's been difficult, just like yesterday. We spent half the day getting fucking frustrated, and then we nailed one drop. And the calls are not paying much. The puts are not paying much unless you get long distance. That is the long ass arrow. The iron butterfly is still 1170. That's $100 of profits. It's $60 to $100. If you're like Josh, by the way, Josh is on YouTube. Hi, Josh. If you're like Josh, you probably made $50, $60 because you got a worse fill than my quote. And if you were able to get 1280, 1260, 1270, you made more. I'm seeing a print of 1170 right now, 1165, 1170, 1165. So it should fill. What a market. Don't be surprised to see us up 1% one day or even today, because we are addicted to headlines, and the headlines are BS, most of them. I want to revisit the headline that caused a lot of the strength this week. Yesterday was a good day. It was too good because of one headline, and that headline was old. They rehashed it in the format to make it sound new. AMD, a deal for AMD, $10 billion. That's the same deal. It's part of the same deal that was announced by Trump and the Saudi Arabia $600 billion investment. This is 10 of them. The actual headline should have impacted Amazon more than anything else. I think that part is my own um, deduction, because the deal between AMD and that entity from Saudi Arabia ended up giving $5.3 billion order to Amazon, AWS. I don't know if you call it order. It gave Amazon $5.3 billion that they didn't have. Over how much time, I don't know, but it wasn't there before. They're making stuff up. You're gonna lose my screen a lot later today because I lost the stream, so I honestly don't know what time I'm gonna get cut off. Probably another hour. Okay, the gamma picture changed drastically. The one thing that did not change, the SPX spin is still at 6,000 to the tune of minus 1,600, 1,700. Now we have leaderships at 600 and 601 on the SPY. That's a really, really big magnet. In fact, the 601 is the largest one. So you should know that we have upside pressure from the mentality of the. But it doesn't always play out. Yesterday, I told you how it wouldn't play out. 532, 31 are the heaviest magnets on the Qs. So GEX, 0 DTE gamma pressure says a little bit higher is better. My gamma calculation says the same thing. The options say we don't need it. We don't have upside pressure unless it's the QQQ. You have a little bit. The IWM, you could not get more organized than that. Super perfect options layout. The SPX, incredibly perfect. We'll see what plays out. I don't see any lottery tickets from the options. I do see strength in the VIX. That's different than yesterday. All day we had negative algo flow. It's still negative. It's no longer divergent. It's now double as negative. It's minus 15, minus 16. There we go. Here's another kicker, folks. If we lose the orange box on the left, the large orange box, 598.20 is target one. That's not science from charts. That's science from price action. Nick's price action. That's a large if. I would need to see a breakdown in Apple. So keep Apple on your screen. So Nvidia has a target of 143 if it doesn't break out. It doesn't look weak, so I would say Nvidia could pop to 145. Apple needs to hold the low of the day so it avoids 195 and 194.3 overnight. Bitcoin lost its lunch. Palantir, I wouldn't verbalize it lost its lunch, but Palantir is not getting green ticks. It's in the stratosphere, so it deserves a rest. But risk appetite is represented by the VIX, is underrepresented by the VIX if you judge it by Bitcoin and Palantir. Berkshire Hathaway needs to hold the lows from this week, which is 483.7. Yeah, that's not my point. My point is right here, right now, risk appetite is non-existent if you judge it by the Palantir. And Tom, I don't know if you heard that. The ES may have a target of 6033, a descending line. I say this as it's at a pretty good solid support zone here and 6045. So if you lose this level that we just bounced off of on the ES, you might fall to 6045 where you will have better support. But if you lose that, we are tracing down a descending channel that looks like it wants to target 6030, 33. The longer we take, the lower it is, 6020. Stop saying that. Every time you say that, they get a big boost. XLV might be like Apple. Apple and XLV have the same shape, so they need to bounce ASAP. The market wants to bounce to the yellow circle one more time. So did we call it or did we call it? This one right there, this green wiggly. Okay. Oh. Oh my God. Kraken sponsorship opportunity. No thanks. And now I got the alert from Amazon. If Prime Day gives me a discount on my solar components, I'm buying from Amazon. I need to buy an inverter next. Look at this. Okay, Tom, stay in put. If we lose the green circle, we will definitely challenge 598 to 598. No, don't jump in the pool. Okay, so here's the scenario. Point A to point B, you consolidate, you lose the consolidation. If you lose it, point C. Roughly drawn. It's the opposite of, oh, we're flagging. Everybody is good at catching a flag on the way up. So if this looked like that, everybody would be telling me, oh, we're breaking out. We're breaking out. This is a breakout in the wrong direction, potential. So if we drop to 599.20, that's not where you buy the put. Buy the put as we bounce back to 599.80. So just like they do that squiggly over there, what you want is drop to scare everybody out of the longs, get everybody into puts, and do this. And then decide if you want to go ahead and do that. I think there is a target here, potentially. If they lose this, you need to lose this. That's not losing it. Losing it is coming up to here and then coming back down and confirming it. So you buy a put here. So if you were to short this, you would enter your put on the way up. And you say, I'll get out profits here. I'll stop out above the yellow circle. That would be the entry point. Which one? I would do the 600. It's $128. But it is now. So you can say, okay, I don't want to pay 128. Give it to me for 120 or 118. So if we pop the white path, it'll be 118. You get filled and you will be in the put automatically. And then if you do that, or if you buy the put right now, you say, get me out if it goes to 160. Then if we get a flush, like one of these magical red candles, you don't have to be fast. Boop, you get out. The VIX is about to break out too. So drum roll right here. There's no reason to fall from the gamma perspective, from the options perspective. This is just price action. If we're lucky, we will have a red day. My voice going in and out? Give me feedback if it's consistent. If you just hear it once, no need to mention it. If you're hearing it over 5 minutes where my voice is going in and out, let me know, because I have 6 monitors and they're spread out. So sometimes I turn this way and I continue talking, and I turn them that way and continue talking. So I don't start diagnosing if I don't have to. Yeah, there's no fixing that. XLP. XLP is pointing to hell. Literally, it's pointing to hell. So you want a number? How about less than 77? If XLP, the staples, which includes KR, Coca-Cola, soap companies, whatever, whoever is in there, if they lose support from this week, the downside is insanely low, because that's the gang that gets bids on red market days. And I'm telling you, if the market is red overall one day, they're going to flush everything, including the XLP. The XHB is about to trigger a lower low, but they've been on their heels for a while. Who's going to be the hero to rescue today? Not McDonald's. Not Berkshire. Ooh, Berkshire, really close. Oh, by the way, I would have been in that put. We got 3/4 of the white squiggly. And this is a lower low. By definition, this is a confirmation of the breakdown on the 15-second candle. On the 1 minute, you probably won't see it. If you're on Thinkorswim, there's a way to get sub 1 minute candles. If you're coming to LA, remind me to show you how to do it. I don't have time to explain it here. Okay. So if zoomed out, they will buy the dip. If we go to the green box or anywhere near the green box, lock your profits, because the knee-jerk reaction is the jump back up. There is upside pressure from gamma, pretty big. Yesterday, it didn't matter, but it was different. Yesterday, they were hoping to get up to 607, and it took us to go into the options chain to read how they were transacting and all of this to figure out that it was BS and it was a trap. This is not the same. This is realistic gamma pressure to the upside. The algo flow is minus 16, 17, 18. So there's no the machines are not buying this dip, so it's up to the retail. And I think the retail is now busy changing underwear, so they're not going to try to buy it. The retail traders are great at hodling. They're not so good at guessing where the targets are. They just hop on board, and some of them are good to pop in and out. Very few, the successful ones, the consistently successful ones, and then you have the masses that think they are, but they're not. Was it? Oh my gosh, that would be a pretty good wrap up to the day. So the long 1 second wick, right? This is it. Is that what you're telling me? Yes. Artiste. Earlier today, I shared a magical SPY 1 second tick flash tick low. Ta-da. You're up $48, 47%. $48, 47%. If you took it for that trade, $48, 47% right here. You're not crazy. This is your profit zone. Okay. You can get to the green box. I don't know what you're talking about, Tom. Yeah, it's definitely too many fronts open at the same time. I mean, you've got to be AI to be pull that off. 21 VIX will open up the floodgates. If you have one put as a runner, leave it. And 11.18 on the Iron Butterfly, please exit. Ooh. There's my 599 that I was looking for earlier. That orange available arrow was based on the 599 target, but I was embarrassed. The VIX just made a higher high. So we finally have a legit day, and it's only minus 0.7%. All this blood in the streets just to get back to the low end of the range of the overnight session. I told you that earlier. I said we will. 1 second. They will position. So I rolled my credit call spreads to get out of that. If you haven't, you should prepare the trade, and you should get ready to roll it and prepare to close it for a loss. So If you end up closing it for $100 loss, just get it out of your face. Otherwise, you just roll it one more day. I have way too many trades open, way too many trades. That's why I was closing yesterday. Today, what am I doing? Nothing. I'm biding time. I want Philip Morris to be red. It's almost red. I want IBM to be red. It cut its greens in half. IWM is red, so there's my IWM trades are all pretty green. My RUT trades are all pretty green. So I don't have any problem trades except for IBM, which I have time on the clock, I believe. How much? 31 days. IBM and QQQ. Those two trades are in trouble. I'm going to go see if the SPX is cheaper now. It is not. I'm losing $100. 65 to $100. It keeps jumping around on an iron butterfly that risks $400 to make $4,600. I need a pin of 5,900. So that trade is lined up with 631 JP Morgan sold calls. I break even somewhere around 59.40 something. 46. Okay, so this is the green circle. They're trying to recover it. So they're selling rallies. This looks like the other rally. Yesterday, I did a video on how they repeat performance. Now we hit the target, right? So the target was met. If somebody didn't close their put, I don't know what to say. If you did close your put and you want to buy another put, you have my permission. But if you had an awesome day, skip it. It did bounce. They're selling rallies. Look left. And if you want to copy paste, the rallies are getting sold. So expect something like that. So this played out. I'm going to take that out. It was perfect. Did you see that green red thing? Look, we targeted the bottom of the green right there where I put the check mark. That was the entry point. You enter, you stop out, or you pocket. You pocket. The risk was 1-to-1. So I don't have confidence in downside from here because the tools that said lower have played out. The only thing that's outstanding is the ES comment, this one. And that is on a 5-minute time frame. On a 5-minute time frame. And I said we are falling into support. You can see it right there. So we're falling into solid support right there. So there should be a bounce. So I respect the bulls enough to try to go to flat today. So they're going to try to bounce and break out from wherever they fell. It shouldn't be easy at all. We still have NVIDIA that is poised to explode. If you don't believe me, watch this. NVIDIA has a mid 150 target that it can do in 10 minutes. Look at this consolidation, and they're at the upper end of the range. Take this out. You will challenge this. Take this out. You have $2 or $3 of upside, which would take this out, which then has $3 to $6 of upside, which will put you in the low 150s or 150. So this one is ready to go. These guys are off their game, but last time they were off their game, look what happened. These guys, last time they fell into that one long tick that they opened, the open tick, they bounced hard. Well, they did make a lower low though. That's the change in it was 15-minute charts, so that would be a comparison. Okay, there we go. That's better. So they just lost the 15-minute open tick. You remember that? The long doji, two of them. Well, look at the bottom. They're trying to come back into it. They can. I personally would not reload with a put. If anything, they'll probably do it overnight. I went long Intel once, and I'm good. The XLV refused to make a lower low. Apple refused to make a lower low. They do have soldiers to bounce it hard. So be realistic. Let me scan for different reasons to be short if you want to short. If you bought calls, exit the calls. This is where you're going to hit a wall of sellers. If you bought calls for the dip, this is where you exit. I repeat everything twice because sometimes people are not listening and then they hear, "What did you say?" Okay, so we got targets 1 and 2. We got wolf wave target. So target 3 on the SPY would be like 597.8, but um, a lot of support from the overnight lows. Whatever happened overnight was a pretty rough headline. I believe overnight we had some red ticks on the headline where the president tells a country, you better get out of your capital, insinuating either us or Israel are going in with full force. And we have a few red ticks. So that I would consider a flush. So there should be a lot of buyers there. I'm going on mute for a minute. When you say AMD question mark on YouTube, what does that mean? AMD question mark. Can you tell me a little bit more? I see they're respecting the pop and drop concept. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, ZB is up. Um, I forecasted a bounce from ZB yesterday. It just made a higher high though, so you're right to watch it. You're welcome, Deb. Just sold the Iron Butterfly, made 150 on that plus. Nice. Oh, nice. Max gains, nice. All right, good work. And you're struggling through it, nice. Fist bump. That's how you kick ass and take names, as they say. I'd like to enter a call. Okay, so buying calls is my least favorite. And unless you have a reason to buy a call, if it's for the long term, I would invite you to consider selling a put spread to finance a call spread. AMD just rallied 10% based on hogwash news. On 3-minute charts, okay, sounds like you have something in mind. Let's look at it. One moment. AMD. If it loses 127.75, you probably go to 127.2, buy a call closer to that. So if you buy a call here, you're making an assumption that we're going to bounce here and go to 128.60. So put a tight stop or buy the call on the dip that's going to come right here, right now. That's AMD short term. Long term, it's not an entry point. It's not an obvious entry point. Hopefully that helps. I'm talking to somebody on YouTube. That's fine. RWD fundamentals, are really good? Okay. Look at that. They're testing so they did this white and red, which I thought they would do it the first time. They did it the second time. The VIX is trying to make a higher high. So suddenly now they put faith in the seriousness of the headlines that are flying around. You remember the game Play Chicken? They don't use that term anymore. We're playing chicken with the headlines. That's what we are. Collectively, when the market's at all-time highs, facing the prospect of world war, overly stated that way, but we have wars all over the world. It's not necessarily officially a world war, but we have wars all over the world, higher than normal. The conflicts are higher than normal. We are literally playing chicken with the headlines. If you want to learn how to chart like this, join me in LA. The class is full, but we can fit people. Like, we've hit our target, I should say, but we can fit 2 to 5 people probably. I've been to the room. It's very wide. I bought an extra wide overhead, and I will stream live into the room people, not outside. So I think we can accommodate 2 to 5 more people. And if you do that, I will carry the paper for you for 4 months. You get 4 months to pay for it from now. And if you sign up for options in July, I will do the same. Are you guys seeing what's going on here? Check this out. Even with these long candles right there, the last 3, boom, bounce. Rinse and repeat. The LA event is in 10 days. Let me get you there. Here, click on in-person events. The top one is the LA one. You would make my day if you go there. Oh, you're welcome. You made it. Yay! So you basically, Lori, if you were a member, if you were in the live room every day, this would have paid for more than 1 month of membership. It would have paid for a month and a half if you pay for a year. It's like $69 a month if you pay for a year. It's stupid cheap. I have friends that do this that charge $350 to $370. The spirit of this room is to empower anybody to trade like a boss. You see it. I can't bullshit you. This is what happens every day. If you think you can do one iron condor a day, risk $400 to make $50 to $100, that pays for your month, and it only requires they're small trades, $400. Not to mention the slowpoke trades that work long term. It's crazy. No. Credit put spread, you mean? You don't chase down with a credit call spread. I could. Give me a picture of $100 bill right now. I'll see if I can put it there. Give me a picture. Here. Let me see here. Can I use my emojis? So all of my targets are met. 60-40 ES, that's like 5 points away from that 60-33, 7 points. Corey, I sent you an email yesterday. Check it, and you don't have to respond now. If I had puts, I would lock profits and leave runners, real runners. The iron butterfly now is not good anymore, right? Because you're pinning. You're pinning. Okay, we met my ES target within $1. Exit puts. I wouldn't even leave runners. If you bought calls, you book as we approach. So this worked again. I doubt this one would work. I don't think this one will work. Maybe it's the day where they flush -1%. I would ask when was the last time we lost 1%, but we know the answer to that one. That was Friday. Apple did lose the support. Nvidia is off its highs, but holding the range. There's risk from Amazon being too high, and from Apple being too low. It's just too weak. It's the king of stocks. Okay, so here's the comment. We just hit the overnight lows zone. We just hit a target that I mentioned about 40 minutes ago. So there should be a bounce here. But the opportunity lies if they lose the area where they bounced from here and the overnight low, they will accelerate lower. So about 40, 30 to 40 more points lower. I don't know if that's feasible today or not, but they're selling rallies. And if they sell this rally and we lose the overnight low, so another $10 on the ES from here, whichever contract you're looking at, we can get another 30 from that. This is the yes, exactly. 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 That's what I was trying to say. I don't think it's easy to do that yellow one more time. It's been surgical. Look left, two perfectly symmetrical ones. You want a third one in this environment? That's asking a lot. The gamma is still higher. The iron butterfly is still working, but it will get diminishing returns. You can't be too far away from 6,000. So now we are still in the profit zone of it, but you don't want to fall too much. So if you're looking to roll the QQQ right now, it is free. There's no debit to roll. I don't think there's much to do right now because there's push pull. They want to go to 599.20 or they want to go to 597.40. I'm not so sure. So if I wanted to send a midday update right now to some people that are not here, we are today, or what? What are we today? 17th? Okay. Okay, Corey, I saw it. I saw your answer. Thank you. Okay, so solar stocks are falling. Out of them, I would only consider investing in First Solar, FSLR. It is falling into support, so I'm okay if someone wants to start a long position. If I am long already, I would not add here. The markets are near all-time high and woo! They did it again. They did it again. It is now a credit to roll. It is 300 to close for a loss. If you collected 100 or 250, I would get out of it, get rid of it. Okay, so they have triggered the overnight low loss, and the target now becomes in the low 6,000s on the ES. So between here and $20 lower. Now we do have upside pressure from everything. Everything has upside pressure, calls and all of that. But I think all of that is out the door now. Now we're in panic mode. The VIX is exploding higher. Panic mode, relatively speaking. They're not calm about it. I'm sending an email out to the members. Okay. I think I hit everybody. These are private messages if you want people to read your message. I bought a 604, put Monday at the top. It's up over 50%. I think there's more downside. Okay. It's up to you, Travis. No, it hit all of my targets for today and then some. It actually hit my targets from last night and then some. So, Nick, what do you think about credit put spread? I don't want to do any credit put spreads. No. I don't know what's going on, and the floor may be very, very wishy washy. There's so much noise around me, ACs, and god dang. Okay. Is there any? We blew past all of my short term targets. No, I don't have any targets that are lower than here. Okay, so if I had puts, I would have been out for today. Now the overall targets. Let's zoom out. Okay, if you guys are okay for me to zoom out away from the current price action. Um, Thanks for reminding me to check on a few things. I'm managing my account. I'm sorry. Okay, so for example, the VIX calls are up 12%, even from my purchase, which is more than yours. So you guys should have. Let's see here. VIX calls. I'm going to say $50 to $60 of 50 to $70 of cash per contract. That's just coming out of nowhere. Okay. The put on Oracle, I'm up 4%. That was down 15, 18% this morning. Oracle, I own a put in Oracle. That is out to long term. So it's bringing in, I can't calculate because I sold calls to finance it. So the put itself is, where is it? 10, 60 bucks, $65 per contract. If somebody wants to lock in 65, I think it can pay a hell of a lot more if Oracle falls apart. Okay, so let's go back and see what's going on with the SPX. So I said we can pop and drop. We popped and dropped, but the relationship is not the same. So let me take out all the lines. Actually, no. We've been tracking these three boxes for a few weeks. The red box, the blue box, and the purple box. A few weeks ago, we were struggling to get out of the blue box. Then we did, and we hit the red box. And then we are trying to get out of the red box, and we hit the resistance of the purple box. So now this morning, we were at the upper ends of the red box. I referred to it in the morning note. And now we're at the lower end of the red box. So that box should be support zone. Look left, and it matches up with the bounce levels. Now, this is no overnight sessions. So this is a clean look at the S&P. We still have gaps, way more gaps. So there's nothing that's a concrete floor. I tell you this, which is a long shot. If this week we lose 59.60 on the SPX, in theory, you immediately target $39, 68, or $90 of downside. So you could target 59 and a quarter. You can target 58.95, which is the target. So from last week and this week, the market came into this week just like last week, eyeballing 60.90 SPX versus 58.80. That was the straddle Sunday night. So that's what they were looking for. And that's been the target from last week. Well, we had the opportunity to do 60.90 this week already. We went to 65, almost 60, 60. That's pretty damn good. And if we lose the base from which we went there, we will try to get down to the bottom one. So that's the bottom line. It's not going to be easy. Red ticks are not coming easily. One more chart I want to see here. This one. In the next 2 weeks, we're either at this white box or this white box. That's my prediction. 61.40 something or 58.60 something. These two white boxes are in play next. There are plenty of support and resistance zones in between, but I think those are the big goals. They're selling rallies. This is a rally. Let's see if they sell it. Okay. I want to see if there's any money in that SPX Iron Butterfly. Barely. It's back to even. It's risking up $400. It has 13 days on the clock. I think I will leave it on one more day. My only regret is I did it in the wrong account. Anybody remember? Okay. So if anybody took XSP trade from me in the last, I'm going to say 30 days, we took a free short. We sold a credit call spread for the 17th, and we bought a debit put spread. The debit put spread is back to even. Remember, it's all profits, okay? All profits. Because we sold calls enough to finance the entire purchase. XSP trade update. Let me see if I can tell you when that was. On 6/4. Mm. The quotes are wonky. I don't think you can get as much cash as I think you can. 117. What's today's date? Oh, that's today. Okay, so today the debit is point. The credit is 0.5, 0.45. I got 150. That's what I got the other day because I copied the order and I was reading that credit. Okay. I wonder if they're going to do another low. All right, now I'm reading. Yeah, well, so that's the same headline as last night. We just chose to ignore it last night. 6,005. Why 6,005? The highest gamma is 6,000. Thanks for sharing, by the way. I appreciate it. Berkshire made a lower low. Folks, are you believers? Are you believers in the KRE? I sure am. Holy crap. Love that thing. Every once in a while, we find a golden ticket. Golden goose is on the loose. People on YouTube, thank you for coming over. If you're not members, consider being members. If you were part of the trades today and we had multiple opportunities to make more than $100 with just one transaction, one contract, it doesn't risk any more than, I don't think we took a trade that risks more than $400 today. 390. That was the maximum per contract risk that we took today. And you had the opportunity to make 55 to 125 from selling a credit call spread, two of them today. I suggested some credit put spreads at the open, but they played out pretty quickly. I said, for me, I don't trust the credit put spreads. We tried one put, it didn't work. Well, if you held it, you have profits now. We tried the second put that offset the loss from the first put. Neither of them risked more than $110. And the third put paid out big time, multiple times. And an iron butterfly paid out at least $100 from two people in here. So I'm not like selling you on something that you're not seeing play out. If you're looking to justify you being here, if you come in once a week, once every 2 weeks, you can pay for the membership. Meanwhile, this is the benefit of the membership, not the money you make. Meanwhile, you have the opportunity to learn tricks that will give you the ability to make money on demand. Talk about freedom to do whatever the F you want and just know that you can log on, listen to a couple of words, do a couple of things, and make a few $100 and call it a day. Beat that. As a group, we're extremely strong. It's not like it's one brilliant person. I have patience and stamina to keep the room open and organize it, but we have, like, at the open, you had 3, maybe 4 tickers handed by Ryan. Massive wins in the morning. Okay, so it's collaborative effort. Tom was looking at levels, Corey was looking at levels. 2 or 3 people were looking at different elements of the market, not just price action. They were looking at options, they were looking at gamma. We're, as a group, we're much stronger. So the membership is not to log in and trade, is to establish a system that you can rely on to make you money going forward. I can create income from a closet anywhere in the world as long as I have an Elon dish and a laptop. Crude oil is moving. Yeah, every rally in crude oil should be a short. but I don't have the guts for that because if we do go to war, it might spike a little higher. So the only way you would short that is just cheap puts in the USO or short the. Uh, okay, you can short the crude oil through Exxon Chevron, so XLE. Because if we do have a problem with disruption of delivery of oil from the Middle East, all stocks are falling, including Chevron and Exxon, dragging the XLE with it. The XLV did trigger an ABC move down. Remember earlier, I told you we have a consolidation right there, right there, right here. I said we have a consolidation. And I said, if the stock was upside down, you guys would be on me saying, oh, looking like a breakout right here. Okay. That's about the downside target. And look at that long stick. So now a lot is riding on 597.10. You do not want to get to 597 or 596.9. That loses the 597.10, and then they finish the yellow thing, and then you repeat it, and you end up in the 595 area. Yes, sir. Great. Yeah, it is. It's great. Okay. Nice, Mike. Ardix, yes, the KRE. The KRE has been a good rabbit to what the XLF does. And what's the XLF does? The S&P does. The XLF counts more than two mega caps put together. So if the XLF moves, I won't say the financials because they're not all financials. If the XLF moves one direction and Apple is moving in the other direction, it would need another friend. Apple would need NVIDIA to go with it. Okay, you remember yesterday we opened and we flashed the low? We're approaching that low. Let me give you a value on the SPY. There should be a hard buyer at 597, 596.5, and 595.6. I'm going to get kicked out. You guys might lose my screen, but not on YouTube. So if you in the live room, 170 people, lose my screen, I will log right back in. I don't know exactly what time because I lost power earlier. I installed an extra air conditioner in my office and it tripped the fuse box. So it took me about 5 minutes to reboot, but this time it'll be a 30-second turnaround, I promise. So the greens from today far outweigh the reds from yesterday in my account, which means it tells me I'm too bearish. I'm too bearish. I'm biased bearish. Up until last 3 weeks, I wasn't. I was about neutral. I would have greens every day. I would have reds every day. But now I have easier days on days like today, which means I can afford to sell some puts in some stocks I want to pick up. So the only one I would consider today maybe is First Solar because it's falling on a headline. The headline could be substantial. I tell you, don't listen to headlines, but I also say, unless it change the outcome of the P&L unless it changes the situation. And when the government says you've had a extra advantage that I'm going to take away, you should pay attention. Now, I can't quantify it. I don't know enough about the industry, but I have a sneaky suspicion it's not as large as people make it out to be. I use myself as an example. I leased my equipment from Sunrun, so I did not get to take the credit. They did. So if anything, it hits their P&L, maybe their balance sheet on the cash side. And I don't know how much of it. So how about that? Let's ask AI to see, maybe that's the material measurable impact. How much cash do they get from pocketing the rebates? All right, let's see. Beep. Okay, so that is an alert for all the Excel posse. I don't have a word to it. It just must be a level. So I can do this to see nope, wrong one, this one. So that's what that is. We're losing the support from yesterday. So let's do a lesson on inverse cup and handle. I call these ladybugs cutely. We're losing this guy, but we have a backup. Nevertheless, if we don't pop, I won't tell you a value because it's a bunch of stocks. If we won't pop to erase about 0.5% of that loss that we did today, they might trigger a downside that's this big or that's that big. So the downside scenario from here could be, I love doing that. Love it. Sarcastically. Those two targets are available. And look left, that will be your next level of support. So now we quantified that beep. The beep says get a bounce and hold, otherwise you're going to have more downside to go. You're selling rallies and it might extend into tomorrow. We are in headline mode. Tomorrow, Uncle Jerry will come out and give us a giant binky. He will say, oh, we see some things that are going bad here. We're ready to act. We're ready to do this. We will support. He's going to try to pacify the market. Now it's those words into the close or fight with the close, because Thursday, the market in the US is closed. The world continues to trade. So the options expiration on Friday is a monthly contract. So we have two. The large one is the SPX AM settled contract. You cannot trade it past tomorrow night. So while Powell is finishing his talks, or while he's talking, they're going to be positioning for that Friday open. It's going to be a madhouse. Maybe this is it. Maybe they're jumping the gun. You remember I said these words? You know how they all jumped the gun? Black Friday suddenly started in July now. Get ready for Black Friday. Everybody wants to beat the people beat the people. So I said that yesterday. Maybe in the next 2 days they jump the gun for the Friday positioning. Maybe this is it. Because whatever headline is talking here, and a couple of you reached out to me to tell me what's going on, this headline broke out last night. The president came out and said last night of the U.S., warned Tehran to empty the city. Right? That's what he said. So this headline was last night. This gonna be 8 up, I think. Was that mean buy the dip? So even when they're actually selling the rip, you're saying buy the dip. They're physically selling every rip for all day since after the open. We're still looking for a buy to dip. This is the mentality these days. The sentiment is so bullish. We represent the market. So what we think and what we say and we feel here is going on in the market. Meanwhile, I keep moving this copy paste, the same one. That's like the fifth one. Okay. Did you hold any of the calls? Like what is the scoreboard now? Are we holding calls? What's going on? Okay. But that was a winner altogether, so it'll I logged the win way smaller than yours, but it was substantial, but I didn't re-enter as far as logging for the scoreboard. Goldman Sachs, Microsoft, are those logged? Okay. No losses again. All right. Let's look at crowd. Not today. Awesome. CrowdStrike shrugging the trend. There are a few stocks that are green today. Unusual spots of strength. So it's not a complete washout. That's outstanding work. Apple went to target one almost. I think 194.4 was my target earlier. I mentioned, I said if Apple loses the low, it might go to this and that. It went to this, but not that yet. Google still completely indecisive, pop and drop and pop and drop, and now back to the middle of the range. Nvidia too quiet, still quiet. It can be a contributor to the upside. I think it's waiting too long. Soon enough, they won't be able to recover. Like I said, they have a bit of time to recover. Otherwise, they'll trigger another leg lower. So if this is the SPX, very clean, no lines, everything here. These are all handmade concoctions, the X's and whatever. We have support from the 13th. We're falling into it. This should be solid support because it's consolidated from pretty wild ticks on June 5th. So I'll say it this time. For whatever reason, if we lose this low, we will have 38 to 75 points of downside. So we can go to 59.20 or hit that 58.80, 58.90 that I talked about last week and this week. All right. Okay. So the rally, if we buy the dip, we'll face a lot of sellers from today's price action. So for me, taking out 60.25 is not going to be easy this time around without a headline. So we need a headline. And the headline that could do it is somebody loses the war. That's the headline. I don't think they will come to a ceasefire that lasts. There is no way on earth they're going to come to a deal without one of the parties losing. Either the Iranian regime falls and the people of Iran take over and goes back to being a democracy, or I don't see a deal. Okay. If anybody's still talking about deals, it's just going to be a band-aid and just going to continue on forever. There need to be a loser. That's my opinion. So that headline will definitely give us a good boost, 2 to 4% of upside. Even though it didn't provide 2 to and 4% of downside, but it'll be a nice piece of news. At least we will rally for good reasons, and nobody dies. We're done dying. But then again, you then have to turn around and start trading fundamentals. Like what can support a 6140 SPX? I told you in the next few weeks we're going to be either in this box or that box. We don't stay here. Either we go back to 58.90 or lower, or we overshoot and we go to 61.40 something. That was the SPX. Okay, I wouldn't say those words. World peace has been canceled. Yes, it turns out world peace was fake news. This box was our target on the way down, so it should provide some resistance on the way up. Anywhere around 598.5. Wait a minute, I remember this number. Where the hell is this number? I schmut you not. I kid you not. I did not plan this green box to be right in the middle of 598.5. Okay, let me remind you, last week, my target was the upside target, same as this week, 6090 SPX, 5890, 5890. I forgot what the number was. SPX. That was the range last week. And I said in the way was ... and 598.5. We struggled with 598.5. And here it is, still right there. And the targets are still 6090, 5890. Drum roll continues. Still messing around with 598.5. Got flushed. Can you recommend KO 1-day chart? Any price to watch? What do you mean? Watch how? KO 1-day chart, like on the daily? Are you long KO? Are you looking to go long? Why KO? It's falling into support. It has buyers into 68.50. If you lose 60, you have a put. Yeah, you're falling into support. I don't know what kind of put you have. 70 put expiration this Friday. Yeah, I'll be out. If you want to stay short, close it and buy something with time on the clock. Or spread it. If you bought a put and you're up 300%, you can sell a put below it, collect the credit total, and sit on it. If Coca-Cola goes through your both prices, you will get maximum gains and you cannot lose money because you collected a credit already for buying a debit put spread with credits. Let me repeat that. If you buy a put and then this happens and then you sell a put, so if you spend $100 to buy the first put and then the stock goes in your favor really well and you go lower $3 and you sell a put for $110, so now you have plus $10 in credits to own a debit put spread, which you didn't pay for. They paid you to own a debit put spread because of your timing. So by Friday, if price stays below your spread, it will grow to its full value. If it was $3 wide, it will become $300. So your worst case scenario, you made $10. Your best case scenario, you made $300, and anything in between. That's how you do it. If you get good, you buy a put or call, and then you get to move in your direction. Really good. And you're wondering if you should lock. Sometimes you can lock your profits and stay in that position. Yep. Okay. Just make sure you don't let them expire in the money, then they'll act on your behalf. That's what we do. Fast. We're zippy. Zippy today. Zippy. A lower low will take us to 596. That would be unusual. But look at that. They're copying and pasting the yellow path. So yesterday I pushed a video out to YouTube. Go watch it, YouTube. Go freaking watch it. Give me interact too. Like it, hate it. I don't care. Interact. Hate on me. Just have a dialogue. Just do it respectably. So the comment from the video was, the machines are repetitive. Sometimes you catch a jag. This jag right here. I think we started it up there. This is probably the sixth time I move it. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but it's pretty damn close until they hit a floor and then they establish a floor. This time they're holding 97. 597 is really important. We just looked at it. We zoomed out. We looked at it. The video title is 1 second. Look at you, obliging. That's so nice. If we lose 597, we go to 96.2, 96.1. And we would essentially just repeat that yellow sell the rip mode. A lot of the momentum buyers are still trying to, like, the momentum works in both ways. It's easy to trade it on the way up because our sentiment is mostly bullish. So we say when we have an upside trend, you literally said it's easier to buy dips, right? Okay. So if someone didn't stop buying dips, they would have lost their ass because now we're selling rips and they haven't figured it out yet. They're still trying to buy dips and they buy it and they lose and they try it and they lose. That's literally all of 2022. 2021, we did what we did this morning. You can play out 2021 and 2022 in yesterday and today's trade. For a long while, it seems like, from the open to the middle of the morning, up and away. And then we consolidate it for a little bit. And then we start selling off for the rest of the day and nobody notices. They continue to try to buy the dip. That happened 2022 until we bottomed in October. We recognized the turn. We traded it accordingly. We recognized the turn for the upside and we called it. We said, this is the bottom. We will go to 4,500 before 3,500. I did a few videos on that one. We started selling puts and put spreads in 2022. And then we turned. That was how it happened. So this whole cycle today is mirror image of that. Just stretch it out over 10 months. 3 months of upside, 6 months of upside, 10 months of downside. It played out. I even put it in the morning note. I said for the last X number of days, we rally 0.7%. And then we spend the day consolidating or drifting sideways or lower. They repeated it today. They pushed, and pushed. They went to minus 0.2. I think that was the best they did, minus 0.2%, but they came from the bottom, the overnight bottom. So the effort was legit. Drum roll right here. Drum roll right here. There should be no reason to lose the low, except that the momentum is to the downside. Let's see if they can save it. They need heroes. Who are the heroes? Mega caps, they need their own, like, they trigger the head and shoulders here. I think they're going lower. I think NVIDIA would lose the overnight low and take itself to 143, and that will take the S&P to the green line. So drum roll on NVIDIA. So focus on NVIDIA. I'm going to put NVIDIA on the bottom right. 3 minutes. I think we're going to the green line. I would not hold a call here. I would buy the call at 596.5 if I wanted to trade the 596.5 bounce to the 597. I don't know. We'll see. I don't have any skin in the game. We've played and won so many times today that we can just watch and enjoy the rest of the day. Unless we see something obvious. Okay, the only obvious thing is the following. The iron butterfly. It's back to being 1250, 1240, and it's still pointed to, oh, never mind, they changed it. Wait. 6,000. The zero gex is still pointing at 6,000. Look at that flush. Poop. That puts in all the stops. Somebody who's long, they just got stopped out. Somebody who's saying automatic short, they just got short. So now try to bounce back to 597.5 to stop them. So this is the opposite of that squiggly mark I did up here. They go beep. They trigger everybody. So somebody that had their stops here, just got stopped out of their longs because of that. And somebody that said, get me into puts if we go there, they're both trapped. Now, if you go like this, and then you go like this, now you robbed everybody. Or go like this and just settle around this green box. And look, the NVIDIA is trying to hold its own brown box. I told you that we need to hold the brown box. If we don't, we take that much lower. We took the whole box. $2.50. Right here. 596.7 is the bottom of the brown box. 596.7. Whoa, this was it right there. Oh my gosh. This here is the size, the downside target of my entire opening range, my own opening range, not the opening range that people follow. Almost to the penny. I love it when a chart comes together. Whew. What time did I log back in? Anybody know? How can I tell? Think about 10 here. Maybe I don't get logged out until the market, the bell rings. If it's 10, that means it's 2. Yeah, I'm good. This is the truth. This is where they have a legit reason to hold the floor. They flushed it, they triggered it, they have support. It's the size of my opening range. They don't have any reasons to go lower except for the superstars losing their bids. These guys have lost their lunch already to a larger degree than the mega caps. So if we go here for the heat map, that's the Russell 1000, so it includes everybody. If we go to the S&P all by itself, it's a legit red day. We're minus 1%. So this is a legit red day with one pocket of strength. So you can look at this and say, okay, it's war related. Look, 2 war companies, they're green. Oil, green. Fear of headlines. That's what that is. That headline was last night. Why did they react to it today? Who knows? This is it. All right, Ken. Thanks. That's great. I don't have to do it again. That was annoying. All right, so I have another window that I don't share with you, and it has all the ETFs. It's um, it's a really helpful tool to, like, if you're trying to make a big picture statement, like, okay, if you're trying to gauge if an index is looking to break down or not, you look at its components. You try to reduce it to, okay, which soldiers can do what and how much. The XLV is on its ass, so it's not going to do much. It's trying to find support. XLI, same. It did show some strength earlier. XLB definitely on its legs, on its hind legs. XHB, it has its own problems. Um, XLP headed south quickly. XLK is at the middle of the range, so it is relatively the one that might have the most potential, but it's delivered so much in the last 3 days thanks to AMD. SMH, same. So they're off the highs and they're off the very lows. So they do have the potential if they can stabilize. But they've done so much. I'm saying the Bulls are out of soldiers. They used everybody at the same time yesterday. Nvidia is the last hope if it doesn't go to 143. $5,965. Statistically, you're okay, but if it's a large order, you can close it for break. It was a part of an iron condor, so if it's a break even, close part of it. So if you did 5 credit put spreads and 5 credit call spreads, you've collected $500. So if you can spend $200 closing 2 of them, the credit put spreads, and sit on the rest, why wouldn't you? Evenish? Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. You can play again tomorrow. Oh, okay. Message retracted. AK, what did you need? I didn't see it. I'm open to questions, people on YouTube. If I don't answer you, that means you scrolled off the page. Hey, look at you representing over there. Thank you. Thank you. Larry, Irene. I need people to sign up to options. Options. I'm debating whether I'm going to give a gift that I have never given before in options. Pretty strong bids right there. Let's see who that be. Maybe it's just a little bit of everybody. It looks like this is the buyer they wanted. Where was that one tick, the 1 second tick on the SPY? Let's see if we can find it again. This morning we had a flash low. This one? Yeah, 599 too. We got to remember that number, 599 too. What's today? 17. If you take this little guy out, 598, you have a chance of taking 598 too, which should give you a target of the upper end of the green box. The green box has been a pivotal zone for 2 weeks. You should respect it. I'll be on mute for a minute. I'll be right back. Actually, I have an answer for that First Solar. First Solar sold 857 million of tax credits for 2024, receiving approximately 819 million in cash proceeds. 39 million pre-tax and 45 million post-tax on their earnings. For 2023, they sold 700 million. So roughly annually 400. What is in percent impact to earnings? I don't know their earnings total. $12, 3.5%. So it's roughly, and please do your own homework. Back at the napkin, as they say, 3.5% impact to the bottom line. 3.5% impact to the. So if this logic holds, it's a minor scratch to the bottom line. What do I think about snow? Okay. I love snow. I'm an avid skier. Snow is a nope, and nope, not an obvious point of entry. From an investment perspective. Trading perspective, there's a giant gap. Your inputs, ouch, for today. Okay, so you have a seller at 209.65. I came in the morning for Tesla levels, just saw you mentioned it. Could you share levels for tomorrow? No, I don't know what's tomorrow. So I can give you levels for the next for what I see around it, but I don't know where it will be tomorrow. So if I'm inputs, I just gave you the seller, 209.8. You don't want them to take that out, and you want them to lose 207.7. Okay, Tesla, 320 is resistance. 325 is an exit. If I have longs anywhere approaching 325, I would exit between today and tomorrow. I would be shocked if they take out 330, 327 or 329. If they're able to take out 329, 330, they can shoot for 337. Otherwise, they might drift lower to 312, 309, or 304. That's where you'll find some supports. That's Tesla for the next couple of days. Well, few hours. Okay, I need to take a break on that one first before I answer SoFi. By the way, we session on Sunday, we do 100 tickers. All the tickers you want. Let me check for solar to see if there's a juicy put to sell. Oh, the earnings are in July for First Solar. That's going to be a scary proposition. So the only way I would go long for solar if I go to like September and sell a 110 put or a $100 put. The $100 put pays $250. Let me see how much they charge you for it. $1,000. That's pretty good. You collect $250 and they lock up $1,000, but that's a variable number. If it has another bad day like this one, they'll tag you. It'll move. Okay. So if you want to lock in the risk, you go credit put spread, and you collect $75, and you limit your maximum loss. So now the required buying power efficiency is just $426. 100. You can go to 95.90 and collect $55. I don't know if it'll fill. The problem is you're going to have to survive another earnings report. And the other problem is we are at all-time high markets going into potentially war or not, potentially disruption in the economic growth of the country. Most likely than not. In other words, recession may be at our doorstep. Oh, where is that SOXL trade that what's his name took? I'm getting out of my position. What do you mean? Because of the earnings? Oh, the recession. Yeah, but don't trade stocks based on the recession. That's just an extra layer of information. The comment on the recession is Wall Street and Main Street are not in sync. I said it because to say these are not ideal situations to start longs in stocks. But if you sold puts, you're building in some downside. That's why we sell puts. The earnings stuff would scare me, yeah. But 20% dip on a flattish red market. I mean, it was down 20% before the market was down. So it was already down on its luck. And I'm choking over here. You see how this white path is playing out? What did I say? I say trigger and go pop and then see if you can drop them and take everybody's money. You got a credit put spread and a debit call spread cost $2 on each call. Okay, a debit call spread is at the money. Maybe you take that off and leave the credit put spread. Or leave the debit call spread and take the credit put spread off, and then you deploy the second part after a couple of days of cooling down. You don't have to do everything all at once, small pieces. All right, I put myself on hold and then I came back to the table. That's pretty good. Pretty good price action. I'm holding puts and I'm not losing money. Woo! Hey, Dave. Nice to see you again. Staycation, best kind. You take a break and you spend no money. Oracle is insane, and it's based on hope of future business that is not here. I don't know if it's that type of stock, you know? So I'm taking a flyer on it. Let me see my progress. I go red, green, red, green. Holy crap, I'm up 7%. That's unexpected because I'm fighting the tide. The algo flow has been very good indicator of um so remember the other day the algo flow went minus 55 or whatever. Today it's been red all day. Yesterday was red and kind of told us that the close might be wonky. Right now it's minus 29, minus 25, 28. So it is very red. So the machines have been selling all day. What am I going to do here? We're looking for Oracle. Oh, I bought a put, but I sent out a sell a call spread order. So I cannot update them with a win. Those who bought puts are making money. The credit call spread is a little red, but it's way out there in time. Anyway, if you followed me into a bought put, we have about $80 of profit. I'm going to let it run one more day and see what happens. Look, they stopped halfway. That's positive news. So now they can come back and try to make headway and try to take out half this green box. Okay, Tom. I mean, not Tom. I saw a long name. I was like, okay, that's Tom. I don't look at the higher time frames for short-term comments, but thanks for keeping an eye. That's who I want here, Philip Morris. Okay, remember earlier today we had a whole lesson about Head and Shoulders right there? Okay, we have the same exact setup. Two numbers, 597.35, 597.20. If you get to 20, we'll get another low of day. That's my take. So Head and Shoulders trying to draw itself versus an inverse cup and hand or cup and handle. So we have two fights. One here. Okay, take that out, you will come to this area. The other one is warning, uh-oh, here. So which one is it? 1 or 2? That's the battle. You have cup and handle bullish with 598.40 will get you 598.80, 599 almost. And conversely, if you lose that, which looks a little bit harder to do because of that long wick, we have a long wick. That one right there. Whoop. That's a hard seller. Buyer, strong buyer. Lower priced stocks to sell. What do you mean to sell? I don't know why you need a discount. I showed you today how you can make the whole value in one day, in one trade. I'm not so sure why you require a discount. Just so you know, I was about to raise the prices for the room because they were pretty low, but we had something happen and it pinched people and they needed to get in at the same price as before. So we held it solid. I'm not so sure that, I don't think, maybe you don't see the value in it and that's okay, but I'm not going to lower the value. Dave. Do we hold 6,000 today? That's the large gamma magnet, 6,000 by a mile. So if you took the iron butterfly, it's now $10.50. So that is $200, $220 in profits. Why? Because we're somewhere around there and about an hour has elapsed and there's only about 40 minutes left. However, late in the day, there's a concept of the change goes ballistic. So that gamma the gamma effect. So the change of the change accelerates exponentially. So 1 minute you're at maximum gains, and the next minute you're at maximum loss. I don't play that. 6033 was my target on the ES for hours. We went to 6030. And I told you it was a moving target. Oh, Lord, you're shorting the strongest stock on the market. Okay. What is your thesis? And how are you shorting so I know how to track it? There's nothing to short against. It's an credit call spread? Okay. I don't have anything to give you. Like I can tell you the immediate upside of this breakout is $5.80. So it can go to 496 just from this breakout. Just make sure you leave room for error. Iron Condor? Okay. So let me give you a piece of advice on iron condors. They work best when you have a range. This guy is the opposite of having a range. There are easier iron condors out there. It moves fast, higher and lower. So I would rather you buy a call or put than to try to range bound it. Because if you do a credit call spread, you're risking $400 to make 100, let's say. If you risk $200 to try to make hundreds is a better deal. I don't think it's the right instrument for this stock. I can tell you definitively an iron condor is not the right instrument. Credit call spread doable, but not ideal. Because if it continues rallying, it's going to rally a lot and it's going to blow up your credit call spread. And if it doesn't rally, it's going to fall a lot and it's going to bring you a lot of profits on your puts. I think risk reward puts are more attractive, but the stock is in open air. Literally, when the market is having one of the two worst days in weeks. In other words, if you're a lioness chasing a pack of gazelles and you see a baby gazelle or one that's limping, or let me rephrase, um, if you're a dragon slayer chasing a pack of dragons and you see a baby dragon and a healthy dragon that's flying 100 miles an hour, which one are you going to chase? The one that can run slow or fly slow, or the one that's going to fly fast? There are easier stocks to short than this guy. My 2 cents. So that we don't upset the people who like gazelles. You're in a SPY leap. Calls, puts, what? AK, we took several trades. We took an iron condor. We took a credit call spread. We took an iron butterfly. We took one put that lost, but then made money, but we call it a loss. We took one put that won that made up that loss. And we took several puts that made up hundreds of dollars each. And a couple of 3 call trades from Ryan that would have made you probably $200 to $400 each. And none of them risked a ton of money. So I promise you, you don't need a discount. You either believe in the service or you don't, and it's okay if you don't. We have 200 people in here that do. No, we picked the dragon that should have not been fast. He was a sleeper. He was an S10 square body with a ZR1 motor. A 79 S10 square body with a ZR1 motor. We have 30 days. Rira bien qui rira le dernier. You know the term sleeper in cars? A car that looks like a VW and it's got a huge motor. Okay, I see the bounce. I don't call it a recovery. I see the bounce. I tell you why not. Because 2 days ago, they had a cluster of base that they didn't stop on it. They fell right through it. So we'll see. Victor, I see what you're talking about. Let me see if I can explain it to you right here. Maybe 15-minute chart. Okay, I can. You see this cluster of support? They cut through it. They barely stuttered and cut through it fast. So I would imagine going back to 106 is going to be a lot more difficult. Tesla 315, 312.4, 310, and 304, I can explain today, not this week. So I have a study that looks back 30 days and gives you like what does a stock normally do. The range for Tesla takes it to 312 today, and it'll be typical. Like on any given day, it can go to 312 or 329 based on today's price action. Well, it started at 329 and now it's close to 312. So consider that a potential target for today or tomorrow morning. 310 would be support below that. 304 would be one standard deviation based on that same study. On the way up, you're going to have to pay attention to 320, give or take $1, 325, give or take $2. 327 should be impenetrable. 330 or higher would trigger a rally to 335 or 7. Where are we at? 1220. Where are our soldiers? Who's bringing bids? I mean, all the soldiers are on their back foot. Let's see here. Let's go to 15 seconds. I can't believe I'm going to 15 seconds. I just want to keep my finger on the pulse. Okay, that's Alphabet, stinker. Microsoft also doing well. Okay, relatively speaking. Amazon, a lot of risk in Amazon. Amazon is not taking any red ticks, and they might have news coming, Amazon. They might have a new thing. it's unusually strong. There might be some inside information. So it's either a nice short. I do have an iron condor on it for the end of the year. Trust me, it's a boring as can be. Or they have really good news. So careful holding options for Friday, okay? Um, because we have one less day. So before you know it, boop, we're out of mojo in options. Okay, Ryan shared CrowdStrike, Microsoft. Help me out. Goldman Sachs, AMD, all winners. Thursday is completely off. Juneteenth. This is a breakout that will take out the red circle if they want the whole thing. It would be a shame to cut through 598.5 without stutters. I anticipate some sellers at 598.6. Let's see if they show up. So now we have a higher low, higher high trend from that one long wick at 596.8. Let me check on the gamma. The largest gamma right now is 527 on the QQQ, but it's not that large. The VIX is off the highs. I don't know what kind of headlines came out today, but it is this market is dumb as a stump. This is the dumbest market I've ever dealt with in my life. Collectively, we are Neanderthals. We have collectively as a unit, we're operating like we have single digit IQs. But that's how it's happening. It's good and bad. It's bad because I feel bad. I feel like I'm part of it and I feel stupid. But it's good because it's easy to trade the way I trade in this environment. All you have to do is just bet against extremism and then you win. So I have $2 to $3 of upside in gamma. I have $2 to $3 of upside in put pressure. So we can go to 600 SPY and the market will go, okay, that makes sense. We don't need to, but we can. There's upside pressure from that. So I say about it when it's on the way down. I'm saying about it, talking about it when it's on the way up. I just think we need to close 0.5 red or worse. If we don't, then this market is rigged to high heaven. That's all I have to say about it. Like we're on a set path. I'm doing nothing majorly in my account. You know about the moves I did, the whatever I locked. I raised cash. I didn't add to any bearish positions. I took off some bearish, some bullish positions, booked some profits. I rolled a loss to trying to get out of it with no loss. Tomorrow we have Powell, middle of the afternoon, 2:00 Eastern. And it's going to be wild. That's all I can tell you. YouTube people, if you're trading alone tomorrow, you need to have your head on the swivel. Tomorrow would be a good day to join a gang. IBM went back to the highs of the day. It did not stay weak. Who's this? Bitcoin. So NVIDIA needs to get back to 144.7 or 145 because right now it is below the cluster of its, like it's trying to hold its orange box. So this was a scary moment that matches that one right there. So if NVIDIA loses 143.8, the low of the day, it will probably go to like 143.4. It's not the end of the world, but it'll take away bids from this guy. It is 7% of the S&P. Apple is in the same predicament. And then you have the superstars, which includes Alphabet stock out of the blue. Boom, Alphabet. The TLT is back at the highs of the day. It's pretty strong. That's something to watch. What's who saying? CEO says create generative AI. Generative AI will reduce total corporate workforce. Amazon CEO. Isn't that the reason why we rallied in May of 2023? Wow. He's just now realizing it. This new guy. Where's Regu? This new guy. I'm telling you. I don't even know his name. I should learn it. It's like that's me with basketball. I stopped watching the NBA after Michael Jordan retired. What's the name of Amazon CEO? AI goes, you mean the new guy? Andy Jassy. 2021. It's been 4 years. Seems like it was yesterday. Okay, time to look at the options for tomorrow. They're still transacting lower, a lot lower. Not the IWM though. There might be a dip in one of the mega caps. That's my take. If that happens, let me check actually firsthand. I'm going to look at the options chain for tomorrow. Okay. What line are you at? 595. So, yeah. They are interested in lower prices on the SPY. Same scenario as the QQQ. I have one place to check. Oh yeah, okay. 6050, the highest call. 5900, the highest put. Way further than where we are right now. And they're about the same size. That's for tomorrow. 595 XSP is the second highest put. The first highest put is at 600. Second highest is $5 lower, $4 lower. That's unusual, slightly unusual. 590 is an area of interest on the SPY. 595 and 590. That looks like a spread, 595 and 90. I think some people are trying to range bound this stuff. It's just guidelines. It basically says expect the unexpected. About what? Repeat what I'm saying about what? I'm saying that the options action for tomorrow's contracts don't inspire upside. They are interested in lower prices. Okay, so we'll deal with it tomorrow. Tomorrow the market is open. So they're buying dips and making tiny higher highs. So if that's the case, this should revert higher to 598.5. Aurora. Is that the cannabis company? Man, oh man, that whole industry. What a movie that was. Whoopsies. Damn. I'm here. I'm on mute. Bob. Okay, if I could see 30 days out in Tesla, I'd be charging more than $90 a month. Um, I just covered the Tesla levels for the next few hours. And on the way up, you have to pay attention to 322, 325, 327 should be impossible to overtake. If you do, you have a second test at 330, you take that out, you may get to 335 or 339. On the downside, 313, 312.4 today would not surprise me. That would be, quote, normal. And 310, if you lose that, 304 is the next level. Right, Carol? Right? Yeah. So that's the second time that happens, that conversation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Fist bump. That's a lesson I learned in the last few years. All right, sorry about that. Um, Will, you posted a link a little bit disconnected in the chat. Link to what? What was the link for, Will? I posted a link to YouTube, uh, um, a YouTube video, maybe. This one. I posted a link to signing up to an event or two. It wasn't a trading video. It was just to show people how copy paste works. Like right now, if you look left, you could copy paste those little wedges. So if somebody said, "Okay, what if this repeats?" and then this one didn't. Now this one looks a little different, right? So it repeated twice. And now the opportunity is if you do get to 55.98.5, which has been, I told you, halfway through the box should be difficult. I looked left and I saw this. That's why I said that. So these are relatively easy, but they behaved well as to where the struggle was. So now we're hanging on to 596.75. You do not want to lose that. So I'll put an alert right there. I'll label it losing. What's today? 6:17 p.m. flash low. Okay, so now you do not want to lose this one, 597.5, because then you will fall into these two. I told you we would either be in this circle or that circle, but this circle had this in the way. And that's serious. Look, strong bounce, fight, lost, recovery, lost. It should be very difficult to overcome 598.5. Again, so memories, yesterday's video, that video I just posted there, is entitled something like markets have his memory. Look at that. What? Okay, so they gave us two lines. So these flashes, they give us lines of action. So now I set an alert down here to tell me when we lose this guy, this flash low. It's not the end of the world, but it's a telltale sign. And now we know, look left. What did I just say? It's important, right? Check this out. I literally just said that, right? Watch. You can't make that stuff up. If I didn't just say it, and then they flash, oh, this one you mean, Nick? Look at this. This is like magic. Magic. Look left. And here's the continuation through that look left. Look left and trade right. Trade correctly. Trade right. That's beautiful. Manal came up with that. I can't believe I've been staring the look left statement for years and she comes up with trade right. Yes, way better. More better than trading wrong for sure. I need to make sure I don't have any zero DTE trades. Hold on. Scroll down. Days until expiration. 0000. Nope, 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 nope. Wait, that's a zero DTE trade. What the hell is that? Oh, that's the trade that expires today. The credit call spread, debit put spread combination. The credit call spread, we did that on the XSP, and that was 13 days ago. I said, let's short the market with no money out of pocket. Let's sell a call spread. Let's buy a put spread. And a couple of days ago, I told you I closed my put spread for less than what I bought it for, but I didn't pay for it because I sold enough call spreads to buy it. So I made 100 and whatever it was per contract. It was a loss for that one trade, but it was pure profits in my pocket. Today, the credit call spread dies for maximum gains, and it was set at 614 XSP. And we are at 598. And when the bell rings, that bet is over today. I think I'm safe. If you don't know what the XSP is, it's basically baby SPX. It is an index. It trades like an index. There's no deliverable. There's no assignment. It's cash settled. It dies with the bell. Check this out up here on the upper right-hand corner. Upper right-hand corner. Those are the mega caps, and they are losing support. They're closing on the weakest part of the day, triggering, not the day, the afternoon, triggering a potential drop down from there. So the options, if I look at tomorrow's options, the interest, people are piling into puts is what it is in panic because they see a red tick and now they're buying puts for tomorrow. So I guess if we drop, I would sell a put spread tomorrow. The VIX is retracing. So the VIX futures is giving back almost the entire spike, but not the VIX. That's weird. Those two are not in sync. So they gave me the first circle. Look how close to the top circle they gave me. Are they going to give me the two, the number one scenario and the number two scenario? Both? One on TTFM, one on FTFM? FTFM coming in 15 seconds. I don't know what GMS is. 2, 1. Boom. Godly. Now we do have an FTFM, folks. I'm not kidding. Look at the upper right-hand corner. They just lost their lunch. They did both. Thieves. The Iron Butterfly is not a winner. It's not a loser yet, but it's not a winner. Look at them pushing. Look at them pushing. Holy moly. Who did that? Apple? Google? Who did that? A little bit of everybody. Somebody ring the bell. We're going to close this room right after the bell because I have to get back with Benzinga people in about 15 minutes. All right, YouTube, you're out of here. I'm going live on Benzinga. I just put the link inside the chat room in Benzinga. We're going to do a charting class, or not a charting class, a charting session. All right, I'm going to cut off YouTube. You got a free day. That's because I was feeling generous today. Next week will not be a free day. Join already. Discounts, you don't need a discount. I guess you can come back until you see the value, and then you join at the value represented. And hopefully by then I haven't raised the price. I'll see you all later. Thank you for your support.